which is neat. I'm not going to complain about that. You know, I'm not going to think about that too much, Big Swiss. Not going to think about that too much. But you know what I am going to think about too much? Dwarf Fortress. I'm going to get a phone call in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, we're good. Okay. Time for the longest death. So I used to have a friend, or a friend of mine. So where I grew up, out in the country, there was a group of Jehovah's Witnesses that would show up like fucking clockwork monthly. It was always a different pair, and my mom would always very politely just like ask them to leave. And I had a friend growing up who was, yes, very strong with this one. I don't want to miss phone calls. Missing phone anxiety towards, it's not paranoia, it's anxiety actually. There's a difference between paranoia and anxiety, but it's definitely anxiety, not paranoia. Anyway, they would show up like clockwork around the same time. And a friend of mine who lived like a 40-minute bike ride away from me would also get them. Except he was a bit of an obsessive. Sort of like I am, except over completely different things than me. He was a bit of an obsessive over learning about different religions. He himself wasn't religious, but he was a bit of an obsessive about learning about different religions. Last I checked, he was getting way into Buddhism, but at the time, he was way into Catholicism. Way into it, like fascinated by it, like reading multiple editions of the Bible at the same time. Like he's my age, but like, so I guess at the time would have been like 15, but obsessed with this shit. And there was one time when he was home alone. I think his little brother was home, but it was like him and his brother that were home. And his parents were out. And these Jehovah's Witnesses came by and knocked on his door. And he's just like, come in, and just started debating them and calling them out on all their shit. He's like, these are all the discrepancies. He's like, yes, and there's a verse here at this page where this... According to him, they left pretty upset. And I completely believe it. All right. Because at the time I knew him, my parents made me go to church every Sunday. And we were Lutheran. And he asked to come to church with us once, just out of curiosity, because he wanted to see what a Lutheran service was like, because he'd only been to Catholic services. And he came with us, and after the service was over, like, literally went and started debating our pastor. Like, legit was just sitting there debating, like, his thoughts on philosophy. And my pastor was just like, who the fuck is this kid? Like, literally had this look on his face like, holy shit. It's good times. Anyways, welcome back to Longdeath. We've been doing a few years of basic crafting and relaxing and working on the statue gardens and trying to get like my metalsmiths actually metalsmiths again instead of just legendary crafts dwarves. So that's kind of what we've been working on. I feel like a lot of people know one person like that. If anybody wants full overviews, let me know. As far as named dwarves, currently it's Eternal, Apostle, Scrumpet, Trash Battery, Swoos, Gimper II, Pedinsky II, Metsus Graven, Novi, Smash T, Danny, Narvicious, Sethados, Black Hole, Hijinks, Ara, Chimp, Focal Fury, Anander, Patolus, Vinsati, Vuzel, Axon II, Celoic, Pablo, Dragon Man, Sui, Wave Thrash, Cryo, Brander Buddy, Sparkly 4K, Lord Floof, Trumpet Dog, Cheers Jamie, Polking, Gate Nerd, Red, Dreadvic, Bastet II, Mad Max, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Freeways, Goldpoke II, Simplex, and Kibbs. I actually don't have a card that's capable of RTX, so I don't know. When do you think this is getting RTX on? I should make an RTX on meme with like vanilla DF and Steam DF. I should make that. But I feel like I would have had to have made that like back when RTX memes were relevant. I mean, maybe it already has RTX support and you just don't know. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the removal of squug point pillars of the bronze lamination of brilliance from the position of sheriff of the eternal adventure of time in the early summer of 24 at the simple dinner. God, that's quite a bit of history. It would be one number higher. Because we already had that number. Now I gotta make it before someone steals it. Actually, I'd rather someone else makes it because memes don't tend to do particularly well on my channel. I just want to share it. Your dad was sent to church every Sunday, but instead he went to the cafe drinking some soda or something, keeping an eye on the clock. So he left around the time that the stuff at church would end. One day his parents found out and they were furious. That's a story I've heard too many times. Today's one of those days where my eyes are refusing to work properly. I'm seeing a lot of spots. I see a puking dwarf. Why are you puking, Cryo? I sang the phrases of poet at the simple dinner. Have you had too much drink? You felt euphoric due to inebriation. Are you? Did you have to go into the sun again? Because that dwarf literally just vomited from here all the way down. Oh no! Literally drank out of this brass goblet and then vomited all the way out the door. I mean, they've already cleaned up the booze, but like, Jesus, man, how much did you drink? Christ! Just vomit, 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 vomit. Or just like put a lens flare on it and call it RTX. Actually, you know what would be a really funny way to do that meme? Just have vanilla DF and just be like, Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress RTX on, and it's exactly the same. That might even be better, but then nobody would actually get it. Because I think that would probably be the best way to do that. Or at least that's how I would do it personally. So, Bored to Beers, it's funny that you say that. Because, was it this past summer or was it this past spring? I think it was last spring. When the artifact directory was just full of nothing but people streaming full-length movies, because that happened for a good long while. There was a while there where the artifact directory was just full of people streaming movies. I think it's time to fix up my military squads, actually, and get people training properly. Also, I need to get the wrestlers training for a bit. But anyway, when that was happening, there was one bit there where, because I keep the Dwarf Fortress directory up and running while I'm streaming, because I'm curious how many other people are streaming Dwarf Fortress, and I want to keep track of who's streaming Dwarf Fortress, so I refresh it every 40 minutes or so. And there was a stream with 4,000 viewers. I was like, what the fuck? I've never heard of this stream before. And I clicked on it, and it was literally someone just streaming Lord of the Rings Return of the King. And then I realized that the title of this stream was Dwarf Fortress Cutscenes, which... Mwah. Just, if you're gonna troll and do that kind of bullshit, quality. I approve. The Umber Sweetness is a social group dance originating in the Fragrant Bear. So we never have elves visiting for any extended period of time in this fortress. Yet somehow all of my dwarves and humans, and the humans who visit, know dances from the Fragrant Bear. The Fragrant Bear, of course, being the local elven civilization who's at peace with everybody. since they am used as polling stations. I went to church almost every Sunday for the first 12 years of my life and then got more and more sporadic beyond that. Who's in charge of the Fragrant Bear? Good question. The queen is Adilla Romanithu, and or the queen is that, and then the druid is Ola Yer Famine. Feminine. But yeah, I've seen the diplomat came by once back when we had a baron, but I haven't seen them since. We haven't had a baron since the year 27, which was 100 years ago. Druid is like the king equivalent, and the queen is the partner of the king equivalent, if I'm not mistaken. They choose the queen? I actually don't know too much about how elf culture works outside of the basics kind of shit. Well, would you look at that? Almost all of the boulders are cleared. Which means yesterday's shenanigans were a success. So I can get back to working on my lead statues. Which is good. I'm also kind of low on wood, so we're going to need to purchase some more wood. Autumn has come. Howl silk clearing. Guess you should howl at the silk clearing. That is what it means. The annual tribute from Basti Peme and Nulan Abo have both arrived. How appropriate for this time of day. I've been thinking about building like a little pyramid or something somewhere. Maybe up on one of the towers. Or like suspended or something. Like maybe around here. Or like above the ladders, like up here, perhaps. Tributes are both being unloaded, or the first one's being unloaded. Second one's almost there. An enormous copper corkscrew. So this is from the group of Soaring. They also brought us a bucket, a cow horn scepter. I feel like... Don't bulls have horns? Just slight query. So wouldn't that be a bullhorn scepter? Because if a cow had a horn, that would be an interesting cow. Or maybe it means cow as in like cattle. Cows confuse me. Some cow breeds have horns? I know that like isn't it's Indian cattle, right? Like the white cattle that have horns? Anyway, let's wait for the other tribute. And there's the second one. Oh boy. Well. Sorry, Stone. So that's the first page. And I'll scroll down when you're ready for the second one. They brought us Badger Tripe. How kind of them. Bloody hell indeed, yeah. So what I'm going to start doing is they keep bringing us really weird-ass blocks. Like hematite. They've brought us various blocks out of various strange materials. Pitch blend and a bunch of other things. I'm going to start building them as pillars in that really long hallway. This is the scrolled down one. So everything beneath the sheep leather backpack. So the raw crystal glass Issa, and one reindeer cow. What is the Bible thump for? Krasik. What is the sad days for? There's lots of stuff. Paperwork is going to be long. I mean, like I said, you did it to yourself. So I'm going to start making a little pillar out of all of the weird blocks that I only have like one of. Like these graphite blocks. Like I don't have any graphite here, so that was brought to us as a gift. Those are some fat tunnels. I got nothing else to do with my 1,000 years, so I gotta build shit. I've got other plans for this fat tunnel. Like that quartzite, phthalite, tetrahedrite, orthoclase. And contrary to popular belief, I assure you, these big tunnels don't really hurt frame rate. They really don't. But yeah, no, it's amazing what happens when cave-ins aren't a thing in DF unless I remove all of the supports from it. It's like Minecraft, so as long, or it's not like Minecraft. It's as long as there is one block holding things up, nothing will cave in. It always backfires in your productivity. Yeah, when they have no skill in it, it takes them forever to smooth stone. Yeah, it used to be a thing. The stuff used to cave in for a brief period. There was like one version of the game where stuff would cave in, but it was removed due to causing a massive frame lag and crashing the game. So hopefully one day it gets added back in. And every time I comment on that, people timestamp it in the VODs of Longdeath and go, "Don't you say such dangerous things, streamer." And you know what? I don't care. I want my shit to cave in. I want structural integrity. Entirely by the druid, they choose the queen who serves no clear purpose. It's a formality, a ceremonial formality, I guess. Fancy general, okay. Their acolyte becomes the druid when they die. The princess can choose a ranger captain. Okay, so the princess doesn't have much power. Interesting. So I'm just going to have this weird kind of multicolor pillar, which I'm making out of all of the weird blocks that the humans bring me. Well, thanks for the information. I've learned a little bit about how elven society works. I don't know. I kind of consider elves sort of like the enemy of my enemy kind of deal. instead of being forced on one by their parents. That sentence. Yeah, I mean, it's slightly less weird. Ah, yes, out-of-date cultural practices. Gate Nerd is exhilarated after a sparring session. Well, that's good to see. And as, of course, if anybody would like to check in with their dwarf, just let me know. We can check in with their dwarf. And there we go. There's our weird multicolored pillar before it starts to build out too much. So what I'm thinking about doing is digging out an area right here and digging up, and then up and out up here and building like some sort of weird tower thing kind of popping out of the ground up here. That's kind of what I'm thinking about doing. So I'm thinking like, if I turn on record, and doing like this. I can make like a neat little shape, then easily go all the way up, and this will give us a project for a little bit, and then we can build a tower out of it for no practical purpose. Maybe make it into the mayor's office? I don't know. I'm thinking about like not actually making it into an entrance into the fort though. We'll do something with it basically. And turn off the recording. So I started right here. So if I go up to here and hit play, there it goes. Macros. They mostly work on a shame system. If you do something they don't like, they shun you. Only after their punishment is exile for treason, lying, or breaking oaths, assault, or participating in slavery. No natural elf would harm a plant. I mean, this is true. No elves would harm a plant. Why in the world would you ever harm a plant? That seems ridiculous. Can't harm something if it has no feelings? I mean, is it your place to judge if something has feelings? How do you know if it has feelings? Maybe it just doesn't talk to you because it doesn't like you. Scientists judge that, I think. I think you're probably right. Although, don't like certain animals have no nervous systems, thus meaning they can't feel pain? I remember reading that somewhere. Like jellyfish can't feel pain, for example, because they have no nerves. I actually do wonder though, what are elves' primary food source? Or do they just not eat? Yeah, the dislike of self-control is indeed an interesting one. I've read that in their personality bios before. I always find it a little bit questionable. I'm going to be cutting directly through my road, but it's okay. I think I'm going to channel out the first layer of this. I always manage to hit M before I hit N, which makes things kind of complicated. There we go. They deal with so much pain? What? Oh, they deal so much pain. I was like, they deal with pain? How do you deal with pain but not deal pain? I am much confused by these. So yeah, I guess next time, assume next week when I get phone call from doctor. Because that's what I thought it was, but. Okay, someone's gonna die from a falling branch. Nope, no one died from falling branch. Wait, did someone die from falling branch? No. That was a Wolverine fighting. I needed to chop down more trees anyway, so uprooting my road up here to do this is fitting. Oh, the outpost liaison has arrived while we're doing some construction. Well, I was gonna bring trap components, so let's do that. Let's also bring our crafts. What's our mandates right now? Bolts, we should be good. At least bring trade item to depot is very, very, very high on the importance scale. Oh, I should also definitely slaughter that reindeer. I'm just happy that our unicorn breeding program finally got up and running. Still no new migrants. So the difference between this and the last time we weren't getting migrants is this time when we're not getting migrants, we're not only not getting migrants, but we're also actively getting traders. Last time we got no migrants, we were also not getting wagons. We didn't get traders from the mountain home for something like 30 years. It's like no word from the mountain home, no traders, and no migrants for a very long time. Chad, if they were to add one race to DF, what do you think, what would you want to see them add? Genuinely curious. And I'm also wondering how much longer we're going to have Esteth as our outpost liaison. I wonder how gray your hair is now. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Because this dwarf was alive at the beginning of time. We have finalized our import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Minecart race, please. I want Ents. I want tree people. Marsh wiggles? So I don't know what a marsh wiggle is. I'm assuming that... Oh, do you mean minecart races in like an Olympic event? Or do you mean as in like sentient minecarts? I'm very confused by this statement. Finalize the export agreement. Focal Fury, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Because I would love to see sentient trees get added. Like, I'm thinking basically like the size of bronze colossi, and nowhere near as rare, maybe more common, and they only move like one tile per month in game, like very slowly. I mean, that's not really a race, that's more of a culture, because we already have animal people. But I kind of wish, I hope that the animal people are more tribal. When they do get cultures, like, I don't want them to be just like elves and dwarves and humans. I want them to like set up camps in places and like pop up and disappear frequently. It'd be really cool to have like you look at the minimap and then like for a year there is just like a little tent or something there, and it's like, oh, a clan of animal people have set up shop here, and then they leave. And so you'll get visitors from them for a bit or attacked by them for a bit, and then they'll vanish. Oh, really? Oh, shit. I know what people you're talking about. They're the one that the kids are friends with for that one book. And I don't believe I ever actually finished that one. I think I know what you're talking about. From the silver chair. It would be really cool, like, especially because, like, ants are more or less indistinguishable from normal trees, right? It would be really cool to, like, go to chop down a tree, and then, like, a fucking ant wakes up. I don't know. And then, like, instead of trying to kill you, it's just like, oh, hello. Why are you fighting with me? Can you please stop that? Although maybe there's a great where Thom Baker played the Marshwiggle. Yeah, I never made it. I think Silverchair was kind of around where I fell off of C.S. Lewis's work, as far as the Narnia books go. That was kind of around the point that I really fell off. Also, we're getting more baby unicorns now. I need to wait until I have like a dozen adult unicorns before I slaughter all of the parents again. Folklore Fury, the mayor has ended a mandate. Well, at least it's ended. The dwarves are bringing all of the new wood stocks in. So I made a whole bunch of stuff. There we go. More unicorn fools. Thanks for watching, DF Brahms. Like, realistically, the stream doesn't exist without people to watch it. If there's nobody to watch the stream, then the stream doesn't exist, right? So thanks for watching, DF, because if you weren't watching DF and subscribing to the stream and watching the streams, eventually my stream would stop being DF. So thank you for watching DF and the other weird games that I like. I could have my tobacco. I don't specifically want tobacco. But smoking for dwarves is very dwarfy. That's all. And I'm all for just more things that we could make into crafts. I'm not the only person who thinks that dwarves and smoking is very dwarfy, okay? Gimli never shuts the fuck up about his pipe, okay? It's not just a me thing. People seem to think it's just a me thing. I'm not the only person that believes that a dwarf should be able to smoke. So there's a reason why there's a mod for it. They should add natural gas. Oh my god, could you imagine digging into a pocket of natural gas in DF? Oh no, that would be bad. Just boom. Yeah, that would end well. have lava, have stock. You can, Brahms. You just need lava and a stockpile filled with barrels filled with alcohol, because barrels filled with alcohol are explosive. Very explosive. I mean, isn't that the whole point of adding more features to Dwarf Fortress, so that it's easier and faster to kill your dwarves? Of what? Okay, I'm going to wait until the merchants leave so I don't have to go through all of their stuff. Although, I'm actually, never mind. I might have just sold it to the merchants because it probably got thrown in with crafts. Yeah, the world record for it's like 90 seconds or something. Goats. Kill all 7 dwarves is not very long. It's fun percent. Be under figurines, right? Uh-oh. I'm starting to get weird eccentricities in this screen because the blocks menu is too full. Donkey Bone figurine of humans. It's a Donkey Bone figurine of humans. The images of 2 humans and Donkey Bone. What? I read what B-Lug said before I looked at what Animal posted, and I was very confused. And I'm still very confused. But I see this Stardew Valley screenshot, and I will just simply say, ha ha ha, you fucked up. I've also never played it, so I don't know. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. Speedruns.net. No, speedruns.com. Speedruns Live. Ah, that's what I'm looking for. Dwarf Fortress. Or am I thinking Speedruns Archive? Yeah, I need Speedruns Archive. Speed Demos Archive? No. I can't remember what website it's linked on. Oh, it is just on speedrun.com. 35 seconds. There we go. Generate a world. Generate the world. Finish the generation. Load the new world. Embark somewhere cold. Smallest possible map. Don't prepare carefully. Get them to dig underneath. Dig underneath that. I'll bet you I could do this faster with a keyboard. But this person's kind of slow, actually. Get everybody underneath it. Kill up the thing. Cave it all in on them. Your settlement has crumbled. I'll bet you I could beat that. I'll bet you I could. Because they did it with a mouse. Because... yeah, I bet I could beat that. Maybe I can't. I don't know. Because, like... trying to think how big... well, actually, I mean... if we're talking, like... you wouldn't need that big of a square to actually kill everybody. You just need to carve out then all of this to that. Go in here. Make a burrow. Burrow them to it. Also, that person used DF hack, which I almost count as not a legitimate speedrun because they're using mods, but anyway, whatever. Hell percent? Yeah. I mean, hell percent is just a lot of RNG. Unless they're using Dwarven Radar. I don't know, I think fun percent is better than hell percent anyway. Hell percent is just dig a stairwell. I should try doing that off stream, just recording it. Let's see if I can do it. Although I would do it on a vanilla install. Like vanilla tile set. Default everything. Finally taking down the trees up top. I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is kind of dumb for speedruns. I'll put it that way. Dwarf Fortress is kind of dumb. Unfortunately, the incredibly random nature and minimal goals that the game kind of rolls with makes it a challenge to speedrun in a way that is both interesting and helpful. So kind of, you know, maybe if the game got achievements, you could do like an 100%, I guess. But I don't know. I've never been particularly interested in speedrunning. It's like, I'll bet you Cupo could also beat that. Just the fact that the person was using a mouse is like... I mean, I've played one Fortress longer than I would dare to say 90% of the player base has, so I'm already kind of working on it, Brahms. It's like speedrunning a tabletop RPG? It's like it's like speedrunning Gary's mod, kind of. It's like, well, is there really a... it's supposed to be a thing that's being added, yeah. I mean, he was talking about we need to start thinking of achievements during the last interview, so yes, they're adding achievements. He was straight up just like, yeah, so we need to start thinking of achievements ideas. He's like, of course there's the easy ones, you know, discover what lies below and kill all your dwarves and get infected by a were creature, but what do you mean? What he does to workshops and military problems? Seduce a dragon. Seduce a dragon with a donkey percent. No. What makes you think we would, Brahms? And mouse will come into play? Yes. A Conquering Hell DF speedrun? I mean, it would just be dig down into the basement, build an incredibly optimized drawbridge trap, and then wait. That's all it would be. But that, like, a Conquering Hell speedrun would just be some tricky door management, probably. I drained an ocean into hell once. But no, like, Tarn is very adamant that dwarven free will is important. No, you can crush certain demons. You can crush demons with enough drawbridges. I've seen people do it. I've personally never done it. But there are certain materials that can't be crushed by drawbridges. $120 red spinach leaves. Damn. But yeah, no. Brahms, I do the question that I have to ask whenever people say things like that, like, I'm curious to know what they will do with workshops and squads. Like, why do you assume we would get squad control like RimWorld? It'll be the same. Select squad, tell them to go do thing. I don't think we're ever going to get specific dwarf, like, right now in the squad control, we can be like, yo, squad go here, right? And then I can select dwarves individually. So I can be like, well, P, select individuals. All right. A, I could say this one dwarf go here, but you're not going to get that same level of management that RimWorld has. It's very not dwarfy. But, like, you're not going to be directing one dwarf behind cover. That dwarf isn't going to stay behind cover. The second that dwarf sees the enemy, they're going to vault over cover and go attack, right? Whereas with RimWorld, you're like, no, I'm going to order you to go here, you go here. Unless they break, you're not going to ever have that level of control, because that's not the point of Dwarf. Like, the second the dwarf sees the enemy, they're going to do whatever the fuck a dwarf does. Doesn't matter if you... Which is why generally the way people fight in DF isn't, like, meticulously lining everybody up, because the second they run out of ammunition on their... You wish you didn't have to use the fancy door controls. What do you mean by fancy door controls? You just want the squad to all arrive before they kamikaze? I mean, that's not going to change. That would require changing the game's AI, and darn's not doing that for the Steam version. You need to manage your dwarves better, sir. No, dwarves are still going to be dwarves. They're not going to suddenly stop being dwarves just because the Steam version comes out. That would literally ruin the game. Dwarves just kind of being dwarves is one of the main fun bits of Dwarf Fortress. Why would you not want that? Why is Trash Battery in prison? I just realized this dwarf has no job. Should give you a job. And hello, Infinity. I hope your lurk was good. Yeah, if you want your squad to all arrive before they kamikaze, have a meetup place. Set up a spot for them to go meet up. Dwarves are just going to run into combat or run away from combat depending on their mental state when they see combat. Dwarves are very heroic and like being the hero. But I hope you're doing well, Infinity. It's all good. I'm tired too. But no, like the Dwarf Fortress with Steam version will still just be, and I hate to break it to you, Dwarf Fortress. For better or for worse, Dwarf Fortress will continue being Dwarf Fortress. I'm gonna up the priority on this. My day's been okay. I slept all right, I would say. Not great, but I slept all right. Like, here's the thing that you need to remember, Brahms. Dwarf Fortress right now versus Dwarf Fortress Steam has no announced mechanical changes. So mechanically, the game that's going to come out on Steam is exactly the same as the game that I am currently playing, mechanically. All they're doing is rebuilding the UI. That is it. And giving you mouse support. Yep. You can use, you can use skulls to make totems. I don't know if they get used as part of bone crafts. It's a good question, actually. I know that you can use them to make skull totems. Yes, I know it's this impossibly weird concept to grasp that a lot of people don't seem to understand. But yeah, mechanically, it will just be Dwarf Fortress. Would you look at that? All the leaves are falling. It must be late autumn. Holy shit, look at my exported wealth. Oh my word. That's a lot of exported wealth. I wonder if that number can get so big that it's going to start, like, running into dwarven children. It might. Oh, now I see what Cooler means by Bellinaire's doing his thing again. I saw what Bellinaire is doing today, Cooler. I know what you mean now. I was confused when I saw that, but I now understand. Yep, Bellinaire is doing his thing again and will be busy for a while. Can you have two versions of software for Lego? Wait, what do you mean? You can have two versions of a software legal process, any process too. You could be able to migrate save games back and forth. I would hope so. If that's what if you're talking about save games, I would hope so. I don't know if the current version of the game, save games, will be able to migrate back and forth, but I certainly hope so. Hello, Chili. So, Chili Silly Willy. You confuse me, because I know a guy just named Chili Willy. Just saying. I'm not trying to let my wealth run around, but my exported wealth is massive. Well, Steam requires you to be online, sort of. Does Steam DF require you to be online? It will require you to have the same standards that Steam requires. So to a degree, yes, because Steam is a form of DRM. However, they're also selling the game on itch.io. So you could just buy it on itch.io if you don't want to buy it on Steam. Also, the bonus of buying it on itch.io is Tarn only loses, well, Tarn and Kitfox only lose 10% of the revenue rather than 30%. So there is that. Itch.io is a much better platform than Steam. There's a lot of people that will defend Steam to death, but I'm not one of them. I'm going to make 2 upstairs at the back there. But hello, Chili Silly Willy, and welcome to the stream, regardless of the name confusion. Fortunately, it's pretty easy to not confuse you and my friend, because my friend is a streamer who generally has a partner badge, so that makes things a little easier. There we go. It's gonna be a lot of digging to get done. Why did you put a cap at the end of that? You putting a cap at the end of that makes me not want to quote it. Because it feels suddenly aggressive, like I said something wrong. It's like, now I don't want to quote it, man. It's like, it's a good quote, I'm not going to lie there. All right, what kind of blocks do I want to use for this? Probably, I want to use nice, but probably granite. Bar block. Where's my granite? Need to bring granite up here. Nothing else, just granite. Because I like that raw adamantine, as if anyone would ever make raw adamantine blocks. Probably flew right by granite. Nice. Gabbro. Granite, there it is. I mean, I will, but like, putting a cap at the end of it makes me feel like I said something particularly offensive. It's like, but I didn't. I don't know. Anyway, it's a quote now. It's one of the first of 2021. I've struck Lemonites. More Lemonites. No one is surprised. I try every day. Sometimes it works, board. Man, this is going to be a lot of hauling work. Check out those dwarves running back and forth with the wheelbarrows. They're all hauling boulders out. I mean, it fit, even if it was unintended. Sure. Yeah, I've had a few people ask me if Steam DF is going to be on Good Old Games, and I don't know why not, but currently there is no announced Good Old Games version. I think it should be on the Epic Games Store and Good Old Games, but... Man, you're back? The power went off? Oh no, that sucks. Again, that's a bad pattern to be having. Is the weather bad or something? What's the cause of the crappy weather? So we're going to turn this into a big old tower. Don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I'm building a tower, so... Which means the era of mudstone is returning briefly. And Smash T withdraws from society. In a fey mood. Ooh. And claims a leatherworks. Epic music. Any bets on what the dwarf makes at a leatherworks? More legendary crafts dwarves. I mean, at least it's not a crafts dwarf shop. It's a leatherworks. I'm hoping for some legendary leather armor or something. A tunic. Leather leggings. A cap. Shoes? You can't, or a shoe. You can't make socks. So it might be a shoe. I have a legendary mask. Yeah. Although it's 2021. Maybe a turban. We actually had a turban recently. So this just confused me, very much so. I just got an email from somebody with the same initials as my father. That wasn't from my father. What do you need? Skeletons? Maybe fresh bones? I think I need to butcher something. Maybe not. Butcher something anyway. I'm a butcher a unicorn. It's been a while since I've had a dwarf stop. Let's wait until the unicorn gets butchered and see if that's what you need. Unless... No, you didn't begin it because you would be muttering to yourself. Also, chat. Does a game called King Arthur Knight's Tale sound like a real video game to you? Because to me it sounds like generic McGeneric thing. Although it kind of looks cool, actually. It's like a really grim-looking XCOM style thing. Terribly generic sounding, but... Cooler, what'd you send me?
If you like this rant by Greg Rants and would like to follow more Greg Rants, please subscribe to Greg Rants on your local podcast platform.
But I don't have a podcast called Greg Rants, so that's false advertising. Interesting. I don't believe I've ever seen a dwarf become attached to a ring. I'll think about it. Cooler. Do you remember when rant videos were a thing on YouTube and people would base entire channels on, what do you do? Oh, I bitch about things. Okay, it was more bones that you needed. Unicorn bone it is. What part of the unicorn did you grab? Straight unicorn bone. All right. Chat, what do you think? Should I add that as a sound command for the patrons and tier 2 subscribers? Yes or no? I'm just curious what you guys think. I may or may not listen. But if you guys like it, I'm more likely to use it. But yeah, I really hope that that dwarf makes something interesting out of that artifact. Really hope they make something interesting. It's pretty good. Smash T. The Crafts Dwarf has created Shish Lagetlish, a reindeer bone leather cap. No, a reindeer leather cap, not a reindeer bone leather cap. Why did I say bone? A reindeer leather cap, and claims it as a family heirloom. I don't know why my brain inserted the word bone. It's worth 42,960. This is a reindeer leather cap. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of wolverine leather, kangaroo leather, and wolverine bone, lead, and unicorn bone. This object menaces with spikes of reindeer bone. On the item is an image of a brilliant cut gems in reindeer leather. On the item is an image of a paradise nut tree in lead. On the item is an image of Ibel Dagger Carnal, the dwarf, in purple spinel. On the item is an image of 2 full moons in blue jade. Did it say, oh, cape, not cap. There's an E there. Yes, you are correct. It was between that and crepe, okay? I almost got it right. Hello, stupid. How are you? Well, capes. I think I said it. I think I said cape correctly the first time. Okay, so I love this. Trash Battery's been thrown in prison a number of times now. Always gets the blame for whatever the mayor wants that we don't do. Always. So Trash Battery's been put in prison a number of times because of this. Trash Battery seems to love being in prison. Doesn't feel anything after being confined. Loves being near a sublime table. Feels pleasure near a completely sublime restraint. And feels pleasure near a fine bed. Literally, like, actively gets happier about being in prison. I find that very funny. Dwarf loves prison. This is the Bronson of Dwarf Fortress. It's just kind of funny. Like, some dwarves can't stand it and hate being in prison. And then there's dwarves like that one who are just like, yo, this fucking rocks. No work, chill table, nice bed, cool statue. I could get used to this. I just think it's funny that that dwarf's done several prison sentences over the years. I swear I had a bunch of granite blocks. Like, I know there's just normal ass granite. But I might need to make me some granite blocks. I got lots of diorite. I was gonna use diorite for the floor though. Well, you know what? Let's just do that. And then go here. Block, rock, 400. Cool, I'll just make granite until I run out. They get brought water and food, not beer, while in prison. Part of the punishment is they have to drink water. But they generally get happy moods after getting water brought to them. It's time to slaughter sheep pretty soon, I think. But yeah, no, this construction's gonna go on for today. This is gonna be our daily project today as we're gonna begin building this. But yeah, no, they get brought beverages and things during their imprisonment. That's not too long of an imprisonment, though. Only 5 days. Yeah, it was a violation of production order. What was the artifact? Leather cape. Menacing with spikes of bone. Claimed as a family heirloom. Actually, very small change that I want for DF is I want dwarves to actually take good care of their artifacts. I want them to store family heirlooms in their bedroom. I want them to, or in their claimed space. I want them to wear personal treasures and use personal treasures. And stuff that's donated to the fortress, I want them to go put it in the mayor's office, the king's office, and or alternatively, place it in a stockpile if there are neither of those things. Like, I feel like there should be like one more part to the mood where they like claim it or do something with it. Although, then do you think they'd go insane if they had no bedroom to store it in? Like, oh, they claimed it as a personal treasure and then go berserk because they had nowhere to keep their personal treasure. I don't know about that. What do you guys think, chat? Or do you think they should just like leave it on the ground and get upset that they have nowhere to store it? I think a bad mood lit would be a little bit more palatable to a lot of people. Fortress is so empty right now. I'm gonna get 2 more miners. Give you guys mining. He threw his phone on the ground? Poor guy. That's kind of my knee-jerk reaction to that. Is poor guy. That just kind of sucks. I mean, it's kind of his own fault, but imagine how bad your day must be to like feel the need to throw your phone on the ground when your car gets towed. It's like, yeah, your car getting towed sucks, but like, most of my dwarves are very heavily blinged up. Bracelet, bracelet, earring, cap, amulet, earring, crown, amulet, crown, earring, crown, crown, earring, crown, earring, earring, ring, crown, earring, amulet, ring, ring, earring, ring, bracelet, bracelet, crown, ring, ring, earring, amulet, earring, crown, amulet, bracelet, glove, sock, sock, amulet, crown, amulet, bracelet, glove, shirt, vest, cloak, amulet, mitten, rubber blade, shoe, shoe, and trousers. If you could stop, if you could make him say "and trousers" by 9 seconds, I'll do that one. But 17 seconds is way too long for one. I like it. In front of a hydrant. Was he there a long time? I guess long enough to be towed. "17 seconds is too long, but that is pretty good. It is true, though. Most of my dwarves are indeed pretty blinged up. "3 hours? Okay, never mind then. I no longer feel bad. I mean, if your car got towed for whatever reason, regardless of whether or not it was your fault, you'd be pretty pissed, nah? I think you would. So I can hardly blame the guy. Let's just speed this up. Just reset the whole thing. I wonder, are you able to create macros during World Gen? I've never tried. And the reason I ask is because I'm trying to think of ways that you could speed up that speed run. It's like if you could make a macro during World Gen somehow, that would certainly speed it up. You've never parked in front of a hydrant? Fair. I mean, parking in front of a hydrant is a pretty good way to get towed. That is for sure. Trust me, I'm not saying it's not the guy's fault, but I am going to say that I kind of sympathize because I've certainly done dumb shit in my life, and I've certainly fucked up in my life, and, you know, it's led to crappy consequences, and it always sucks. So I can empathize with that, even if I'm like, yeah, fucking good riddance. You should be towed for parking in front of a fire hydrant. Like, certainly should be towed. But I will also say that it sucks. Better than destroyed from resulting nearby fire? Sure. No, totally. It's definitely the less extreme, but still sucks. You never imagined that? I'm not a speedrunner. But that was a slow speedrun. But like, You got to remember, there was a point in my life where I was speedrunning Portal. Be like, you got to remember that. Am I a speedrunner? No. But when I see something that's slow, it's like, someone could beat that. It's less of a, I want to beat that. Oh, hey, we still have our wagon wood. It's less of a, I want to beat that, and more of a, someone else should go beat that so that I don't have to. Does that make any sense? Bunch of dwarves hauling blocks are about to show up. A hose through your car if you're not. Through your car? You mean they just push you out of the way? I mean, I don't know. The chat reads right now like you guys are saying that I shouldn't feel bad for the guy for having a shitty day. Dude got what was coming to him. Still feel bad for him for having a shitty day, because shitty days suck, and I've been there. Everybody's had a crappy day. Nobody likes having crappy days. They don't always push your car away, and how do you know? Anyway, this is a dumb discussion. Can we stop having this discussion? Because I feel like it's going to result in an argument about dumb, frivolous shit. Like, I don't want to have this discussion anymore. I'd like to change the subject. No message has been removed, but I don't want to have this discussion anymore. Also, don't ever use that emoji in my chat again, Orange. Use Twitch emotes, come on. Don't make me do the thing where I go and ban all emoji. I've been debating on that for a long time. Beer is a better dubject? Please explain to me what a dubject is. Dubject sounds like a brand of printer. Like, I just check out my new dubject printer. It plays dubstep while it's injecting ink into your prints. I think we can all agree that it's good that dubstep died. What are you doing up here? Odd place to sleep, Dwarf. How am I? In what sense? All the LED lights that blink. It disturbs you? Why does it disturb you? It's a placeholder until I can get something better. I don't think I can put an animated image there. I mean, here, I'll change it to something else. Because I get server banner background now. There, how's that? It's now a low... It's now a crappy image of a record. Like, do I exist? I do currently exist, yes. May not exist in 40 minutes. Future undetermined. I hate phone emojis. I think all phone emojis are horrendous. The little default ones that you get as part of being on a phone. And more over the years, as ever since Twitch started supporting Unicode, I've seen more and more use of emoji on Twitch, and I hate it because we have so many way better emotes that we could use instead. I find them aggravating. And I've been debating on just banning all emoji but the beers emoji for years. Basically ever since they became a thing. Just adding them all to banned terms. All of them. But there's so fucking many, it would take forever. So I don't know if I want to go about doing that. But, you know. Does that say sensible? Yes. The first half of that looks, it either says sensible or it says like snessable. Like I just found that very mashed up and small and hard to read. I had to like highlight it to see what it said. Very small emote. Makes me feel like Chang in Community where he's like, what? Tiny thing. But yes, many people disagree with me on the emojis thing. A lot of people really like emojis, so I don't know. I just feel the base intelligence of humanity decreasing as emojis get used. Which was also really funny the day that my mom found the emoji button on her phone and she started responding to me in texts with nothing but emoji. And I'm like, Mom, I love you, but can you stop doing that? Can you just like write a text? It's not that difficult to write a text. It's not like you're using a flip phone. Also, according to the... Huh, that's interesting. According to the game, I'm currently 7 Z levels underground when I'm right here. How does that work? This is layer 0, but this corner of the map, for whatever reason, is layer -7? Kibbs cancels sleep, 2 depression. Trumpet Dog cancels sleep, cancels building, 2 depressed. Uh-oh. No, I did not raise a mountain. There was never a mountain here. There's a mountain here, but apparently this is still 0. What? Huh. I think the map is like flipped upside down. Because it thinks the mountain is over here. What does smiley face mean? Yeah. No, it's not, because I go over top of the pit and it says that I'm on layer 0. So it's not looking at the height of the pit. And this pit here only goes down 1 Z level. And also, if it was, it would say -10, not -0. So according to this is layer 0. which is up in the air, which is also the top of this mountain. But it thinks that this is 7 Z levels above base level on top of the mountain, when the top of the mountain should be layer 0 for over there. Huh. It's a glitch in the matrix. Para, what's up? Hello. It's bizarre. Yeah. I mean, I've been playing on this map for like 350 hours or so, and I only just noticed that. I want to go back in the VODs and see if it's always been that way, and I only just noticed it, or if I just didn't notice it before. That is very, very strange. Regardless, though, spring has arrived. Is anybody going to die of old age? That's the question. And the annual tribute from Busty Jismak has arrived. Biome boundary? It's possible? I can't remember what biome this was on. Or if this was on multiple biomes. Nobody seems to have died, so. But Trumpet Dog is throwing a tantrum, which is very unfortunate. Trumpet Dog's been a little whiny for a bit. It'd be unfortunate if we were to lose him. It's just strange. It's possibly a biome boundary. That's probably the most likely thought, but it does kind of feel like the biome is inverted here. It's an odd glitch. I'm trying to think, like, is there anything that could cause a biome to invert? Because, huh. All right. Stone, are you present? I think you is. Because we got the group of alchemy and their tributes. Also, Stone, are we still missing a faction bringing us tribute? Because I did send a request for one-time tribute from another faction. So maybe that's what you're thinking of? Also, they brought us an Iron Mace. That's nice of them. Nearly missed it. Well, there it is. So you can grab it. I'm assuming you got it now. If you didn't, let me know and I'll pop it back up. Depends on who the goblin is. Are you headed to bed, Stone? But yeah, it depends on the goblin. I wouldn't say you should necessarily be uncomfortable around goblin visitors, but you should definitely be uncomfortable around all visitors. It doesn't matter who they are or what they are. They might be trying to steal your artifacts. No visitors can be trusted. Doesn't really matter if they're a goblin, an elf, a human, or a dwarf. They may be there to steal your artifacts. And they will do their damnedest to steal your shit. Ah, gotcha. Stone. Oh, yeah. Anyone could be. Even like a... Since when do you trust a bard? Clearly you don't read enough fantasy material. Trusting a bard seems like a very poor thought out endeavor. Like... I'm going to sell them a bunch of iron grates, because I got a bunch of iron grates lying around over there that I need to get rid of. And, like... maybe just, like, this page worth of... oh, all of those weapon racks. Cool. Have all the weapon racks and grates. There we go. We'll give them some extra furniture. Oh, 1 count of vandalism against Trumpet Dog. Let's see what happens to you. What's your sentence? Chain. Okay. Which means Trumpet Dog will continue to live. Now, when you say having necromancers, are you talking about necromancers that are your own citizens or necromancers that are visitors? Because necromancers that are visitors might also be trying to steal your shit. Do you remember when having a necromancer in your fort, like, just didn't happen? Like, having a necromancer was like, oh my god, you have a necromancer? Now it's like, yeah, they just fucking show up. Although, to be fair, that is kind of a bug. They're not supposed to just, like, show up and migrate into your fortress. So that's it's gonna go away eventually. That's just kind of the current iteration of the Dwarf Fortress, and kind of a quirk of it. Doesn't feel anything after being confined. Hang in there, Dwarf. Yeah, just have mandatory interrogations when they enter your land. Thanks for the $1.50. Zapdos. Cheers, man. We're doing our best to die long and die well. You can interrogate anybody, yeah. If you have relative reason, you can interrogate anybody. Also, Dragon Man, the planter, has given birth to a boy. We have a brand new baby in the fort. Would anybody like to be that brand new baby? Brand new baby boy. Chat, can I get a round of beers, by the way, for Zapdos cheering the $1.50? How many kids? I want to say it's the 7th. I can check after. This place will be longing for death. Is there anybody here who hasn't had a dwarf in this fortress yet? I know there's a few people waiting on resurrection. You still have a living dwarf, Taurus. He's just not currently in the fort. Because Zapdos died again. A lot of people have died. You know, we'll give it to Darren, yeah. Although I'm going to put in brackets. Just so I remember who that is. So for sisters, you have, and brothers, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 siblings. At least 4 of them are dead. Actually, kind of a lot of them are dead. Vin's dead, I think. Wait, no, Vin's not dead. Regardless, you have quite a few siblings. Kind of wish it would just say the number of siblings they have. His hair is straight, and his short sideburns are neatly combed, and he has a long mustache arranged in double braids. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, born today, which makes him very young indeed, son of Wave Thrash and Dragon Man. Bit late, Charles, unfortunately. Although technically we in theory have space for like 10 dwarves. The problem is like I just need them to actually get born. He personally values hard work. Sees competition as wasteful and silly and doesn't particularly value on loyalty and dreams of raising a family. He's not bothered in the slightest by deviations from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance. He is inattentive to detail in his own work, and he is slow to anger, doesn't often feel lustful, and he has a calm demeanor. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. Finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this, since he believes in the importance of the rule of law. You are seeing Z baby. We'll see you later, Animal. Have a good night. Yeah, Animal fucking championed a hype train the other day, but basically by himself. It was like hype train. Okay, $50 in bits. There you go. Level it up a couple times. Fucking ran the thing by himself. I think at the time also like single-handedly doubled my bits revenue on the month. On the year even. They're born with full-on beards. Although I personally imagine that like the first thing mom does after baby is born is comb the hair and braid the beard. Because the thought of them being born with braided beards is weird. Unless baby dwarf just braids their beard while in the womb. Who knows? Something like that, yeah. Xanthos. Something like that. Although I am, as appreciative as I am of people who support directly through Twitch, I am trying to push people towards the Patreon. I'm still actively doing that, even though I've changed the yearly purchases now. Yeah, the hype train emotes are real good for DF right now. Like, I'm not gonna lie. The hype train emotes are pretty damn good for DF. There's a lot of particularly good ones. I would say that I am a fan. It's going to take a while to dig all of that out. It's a good thing that we... Yeah, no, they're much better than the first round of the hype train emotes, that's for sure. Profound tale indeed, yes. I mean, it's less of a Kia pointing a gun at a dwarf and more of a Kia stealing the dwarf's anvil while the dwarf is pointing a gun at a dwarf. You know, it's like the Kia doesn't really assassinate the dwarf, but the Kia definitely like if you could have a like arm grabbing money behind Dwarf's back, that makes more sense. Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I mean, that's not like any dialogue you'd ever get in Dwarf Fortress, but fair. This poor dwarf. Poor dwarf. Tantruming in prison. It's always a bad sign. You know, I do love the gun emote, but there is part of me that just wants to get rid of it. Swap it out for some other weapon like a sword or a spear or something. Or an axe. You got lazy. Generic DF statement. Not even a generic DF statement because nothing in DF talks like that. Crossbow? Crossbow would have too much detail, I think. Be hard to make a crossbow look good in an emote form. That or like turn it into a water gun, you know? Make it look like a less realistic gun. Let's build those. Slowly go around the edge of this. I don't know. Swapping out emotes that I know people like is always a hard thing to do. So, Maetsus, if you didn't know this, a while ago you were expelled from this fortress because your significant other at the time, your partner dwarf, your husband, was tantruming like crazy. And we expelled you because you had to be expelled alongside of your husband. Well, we needed more dwarves, so I brought a bunch of dwarves back, including you. Your husband immediately tantrumed and then was punched to death, which was great. But now we have you back, and you're fine. Although you are kind of frustrated after being unable to practice martial art for too long, which kind of sucks. But I can put you back into the bear fighters, and actually I should probably get them wrestling again. Is Kirby eating Pikachu? Is that actually, that's, I mean, that doesn't look anything like a Kirby eating a Pikachu. I mean, if you want something to sound relatively like Dwarf Fortress, just say it is terrifying and it'll more or less work. Yeah, how did you get a Kirby eating a Pikachu out of that? Also, I just realized I haven't traded with them elves yet. No, they haven't left yet. I mean, I can sort of see how someone could see that with eyes. Not entirely, but... There we go. That's making that dwarf much happier. But yeah, no, it's little stories like that are kind of fun. So anyway, you're back now. I think it's a character. I don't know. I guess I'm just used to seeing that emote, so it's not too strange. I love the fact that this stuff's too heavy for the elves to carry. They brought a yak bowl, which we could eat, but we don't need. So instead, I'm going to trade for some pecans. Nuts are expensive, eh? Now I got some space in that stockpile over there, which is good. It's just my furniture stockpile. God. These dwarves are having a bit of a rough time. These guys are slowly digging all this stuff out. Ever so slowly. All right, let's just do this. Let's just get this all done. One layer at a time. I heard somebody knocking on one of my neighbor's doors, and I thought someone was knocking on my door for a second, and then I heard my neighbor's door open. I was like, wait a second. But yeah, no, it's kind of neat that now we have the higher quality audio without actually having to boost the server. Considering I was like sort of considering chucking like 5 boosts at my server, I'm happy that I'm not paying for that now. That would have been kind of shitty if I'd gone and paid for that, and then like literally the next day it's like, oh, by the way, new Discord partner perks, you get better quality Discord server stuff. So the next evening late night radio stream we do of records will have the highest quality Discord audio. I hope that that counts for streaming too. So if it's just voice audio, that kind of sucks, but I'm assuming that means voice calls even if your camera's turned on. I'm assuming. Also worth noting, up on the archive channel, I've snuck a few new records up there. Yeah, it is kind of neat. It also means that I need an actual like panel background for my server, which right now is just a really low poly emote, because I get this now, which doesn't look great. And you were like, lurk? Does that mean you saw it in your YouTube feed and you're like, I'm not gonna watch this? I don't know what lurk in a YouTube feed means. Trumpet Dog the Scholar is stumbling around obliviously. Another one bites the dust. 81 years old. Arrived here in the year 107. Wasn't born here, immigrated here. I feel like dwarves that migrate here have a much harder time surviving, because they have all the family debuffs, or the lack of family debuffs. But it will be watched later. Good shit. I mean, it's records that I've streamed during the evening streams, right? Like, if you keep an eye on the Discord, I've been playing some records every couple of days on the Discord as long as people are hanging out. Which has been fun. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, incest isn't a thing that happens in DF, at least not from my observations. They're totally fine with cheating on each other, but incest is a line too far. They cheat on each other and also have open relationships. So they have very progressive relationships, but they don't fuck their siblings. I don't know what that means, Soul of Dingo. I mean, the adult film industry is weirdly obsessed with incest, which bothers me. Your formal apology will come out shortly. Nah, you're fine. I mean, to be fair, it's totally common in Crusader Kings, and Dwarf Fortress actually has kind of a lot in common with Crusader Kings. Minus the part where, you know, Crusader Kings has a lot of very expensive DLC. And Kibbs the second is throwing a tantrum? Why? Want to help people. You're leading an unexciting life. You've been away from friends. You haven't been able to wander. So construction is a bad gig for you. Hauling is a bad gig for you. I'm going to put you into the military, even though this is probably a mistake. You don't like being a bard, I can tell that much. I gave him a performance job because he wanted to. It seemed to only ever get happy thoughts from performing. But he's already gone and punched somebody, which means he's going to get a prison sentence. Or he's going to get put to death. Which sucks. I feel like I've put this dwarf in the military before and they didn't like it. Like they got negative moods from it. Also, he punched my militia captain. Actually, no, he seems to like it so far. I will give you the 1 point in disorderly conduct. We will follow the captain of the guard, Eternal, who's mining currently. And Pedinsky II has been taken by a Fey mood, who's a crafts dwarf. Captain of the guard is still mining. I need to kind of keep an eye on the captain of the guard, see what they go do. Okay, you're going to go for a crafts dwarf shop. Claims the crafts dwarf shop. Immediately starts grabbing stuff. Let's follow the captain of the guard. You're going to go store an item in a bin. Figurine of a turtle. Why a turtle specifically? Chat, if I were to swap the gun out for another weapon, what would you guys prefer? An axe or a knife? So I think a little hand with a knife in it would be pretty good. So I'm thinking about swapping the gun out. Just because I don't like the gun. I mean, I like the gun. It makes for great combos. But I don't know. Everyday use more? Sure, but I think knife would fit kind of the same level of storytelling as a gun. If that makes sense. All right, well, we know how to fix this dwarf now in theory. Or a way to potentially fix this dwarf is just leave them in the military for a bit. I think I might get cooler to replace it with a knife. I realize you just said you vote axe, but this isn't a democracy. I asked for opinions, not for votes. Yeah, it's all about the implications. Whereas it's kind of hard to position an axe like that. Oh, you're going to go beat the criminal. He's dead. Yep. Rip. Goodbye, Kibbs. It was nice knowing you. How many kills does Eternal have now? Board guy, Kibbs, Zapdos, Picture Point, and Heart. Good lord. Horrified after seeing Kibbs died. Well, I mean, I hate to say it any other way aside from you did it to yourself. Padinsky has begun a mysterious construction. Almondwood logs, yak leather, rough sards, octagon cut prace opals, rough blue jades, cave spider silk, blue jades, nice granite. I know, it's one of those emotes that I got Kohler to draw because I know it makes good combos, but personally, I don't like guns at all. It's one of my more Canadian tendencies. Not a fan. So I've always kind of had mixed opinions on it. It's been fun for a bit. I think a stabbing motion knife like this would probably be good. Heck, you could probably even put blood on the tip. Not what you wanted to combo? What were you trying to combo then? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean lozenge? This thing in the middle of the map? It's gonna become a tower that's starting underground. Trying to kill the gun with a sword? Yeah, I'm not sure how you would combo that. Padinsky the Craftsdwarf has created Seth Thur, a granite crown. Seth Thur. Do you pronounce the TH twice or do they run together? I don't know. A granite crown. And she claims it as a family heirloom. Lozenge is like a pill. So that would be like saying, what is this headache medicine? The False Universes. This is a granite crown. All Crafts Dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with radiant cut prace opals and decorated with diamond wood. And encircled with bands of yak leather, this object menaces with spikes of blue jade. On the item is an image of a piered webbed, the granite ring in granite. On the item is an image of a custard apple in nice. On the item is an image of Erish Whipcrude, the dwarf, in cave spider silk. And an image of Nomal group channeled, the dwarf, in blue jade. Both royalty from our faction. On the item is an image of a round, brilliant cut gem in sard. It just cancels out and becomes sore. I mean, maybe. This needs to go in my mayor's office, though, which is getting covered in more and more clothing as time goes on. Is named Lozenge because of its lozenges-like appearance. All right. Still, describing something that's diamond shape as a lozenge is very strange to me. It's like, why is this swallowable object in the middle of the screen? It's like, what? There it is. Seems fitting to put that crown in the mayor's office. Let's just cut through that. Make this construction go quicker. This is either way too epic or like just the perfect level of epic for day-to-day Dwarf Fortress things. Well, then that by default means it's bad and we shouldn't use it because it's French. I mean, come on. You as somebody from Quebec should agree. And we just shouldn't use it then. Like, no, that's a wall. Just like half of all of my cereal boxes, we should ignore them. You can't let me say that? Why not? I'm not allowed to poke fun at my French mod. Come on. Religion baguette for the win. Careful, he's gonna beat me with his baguette. There we go. This is gonna speed shit up significantly. I need granite wherever granite is. There's granite. Also, please, I'm just poking fun. It's also just kind of interesting because I've never seen something like that described as a lozenge before. But you learn something every day. Also, holy crap, it's 1:30. When did that happen? Wow. I think probably because I spent so long in my starting soon screen. Would be my assumption, actually. So 2 weird trends I'm seeing amongst people I know who stream. People have suddenly started... A lot of people have been streaming Balloons Tower Defense. And also everybody seems to be suddenly streaming, like picking now to stream Mass Effect Andromeda. It's like, I know that there was like a whole bunch of Mass Effect remasters announced. And like a new Mass Effect teased. But did that game suddenly stop being garbage or something? Because it seems like it. Like, it seems like people suddenly decided that that game was acceptable. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. You heard Andromeda? You heard correct. All of a sudden, a lot of people who I follow are streaming Mass Effect Andromeda, and I'm confused by this. There are 5 people I currently follow, all streaming Mass Effect Andromeda, and I didn't ever really get into Mass Effect, but I thought that game was bad. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of a person who goes, that game is bad, that game hurt a franchise I like, I will not acknowledge that game. And I never will acknowledge that game after I've made that decision. I just won't acknowledge the game. It's bad. I won't play it. But then there's like a lot of people who are like, well, I guess it's been patched enough. Like, I guess other people just have a higher tolerance for... Or maybe it's like a curiousness, I guess. Maybe it's just curiosity killed the cat kind of thing. Like the reviews got better, so it can't be that bad. Well, the only people reviewing it now are the people who accept that it's bad and play it anyway. I mean, maybe they fixed all the bugs. Besides, Microsoft is supposed to be making good on Anthem. Remember Anthem? Or not Microsoft. EA Games is supposed to be making good on Anthem. Not, you know, doing other things. I'm not even blaming BioWare for that one. I'm blaming EA Games for that one. More balloons? Okay, I guess I just follow and watch weird people. Although with balloons, it seems to be all of like the modern roguelite streamers, like the people who play all the roguelites that they think are roguelikes. We both follow and watch weird people, just different weird people potentially. Very much likely just different weird people. I can't wait until the 14th. It's the next day that they post new screenshots for Dwarf Fortress and my payday. You follow mostly niche gamers? So I guess I'm a niche gamer then, yeah? Seems accurate. That checks out. I know I'm wondering, like, what's more niche than Dwarf Fortress? Although, Menses, I think you and me just follow similar people, right? Like, you seem like the sort of person that probably follows Richard Hammer and Cobalt Streak. I don't know if I'm judging you too much based on the little bit that I know of you, but I feel like you probably watch those two. Potentially Cat on Mars and Celerity as well. Goon Station is more niche. To be fair, I don't watch Goon Station. I do, however, watch Rust Station. I also just realized I screwed this up. This is supposed to be diorite, not granite. I'm the most mainstream game you follow. Oh. Well, rip my aspirations of being weird and indie. Really? Only Cat on Mars? Okay. Fair. As if DF is mainstream. I'm trying to think, like, the most mainstream game I've streamed in the last, like... I'm trying to think, like, what actually is the most mainstream games I've streamed? Like, sponsored streams aside... Probably Risk of Rain would be the most mainstream, I guess, game that I've streamed. I guess you could consider those little puzzle games I've been playing mainstream just because they're pretty casual, but, like, not that many people play them. I actually, probably Minesweeper is the most mainstream game I've streamed. Yeah, but, like, not that many people actually play Minesweeper. Like, everybody knows Minesweeper, not many people play Minesweeper. This is a weird indie channel? Yeah. As far as, like, streaming it on Twitch, though, streaming Minesweeper isn't exactly, like, a common practice. You know what I mean? Like, not many people stream Minesweeper. It's not something you generally see. Alrighty. It's 1:41, and we are in early summer. I'm gonna go grab me my lunch. I have pasta with garlic butter on it. Yeah, that's where I'm at. So I will go get me my pasta and garlic butter, and I will be back in a couple of minutes. If you happen to just be lurking, could I get a round of beers in the chat? Thank you very much to the 2 resubs and the 150 bits earlier from Zapdos. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain everybody. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for watching. I'm going to go do lunch. BRB. what Belug says is correct logic, but at the same time, technically, to use the beer emote, yes, you have to pay. Or you can use a Twitch or an Amazon Prime subscription to get Twitch Prime, which will let you get around paying. But yes, you have to pay to use the emote proper. Or get gifted a sub by somebody. I have pasta, which is hard as fuck to eat at a computer. Yeah, I mean, I wish everybody could have my emotes, but at the same time, like, it just is what it is. And the treasure has arrived. This is how you can tell that I need to go grocery shopping, is when I'm eating plain pasta with garlic butter on it. And that's how you can tell that I have a problem. All right. Let's just give them the first few pages of this stuff. I can't export bucklers. Was there any bucklers in that? I don't think so. Should be okay. Let's also bring the trader after the trader is done constructing a building. But yeah, no, I figured it was time to eat when I realized that I needed to use the toilet. And I could audibly hear my stomach growling, so. Yeah, we try and make the beers thing as open as possible to people. Try and make it. There's only so much we can do, right? I mean, ideally, everybody who watches me has $5 in order to subscribe, but not everybody does, and I'm not going to pretend that people do. There's plenty of people who watch Twitch streams who don't have $5. I'm not like that one twatty chick who's just like, it's $5. If you have 40 hours a week to watch me, you have $5. I'm not that chick. Although, I will make fun of her and ironically quote her because that was a very funny clip. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world hasn't changed much. Would you like the wood order, same as last year? Yes, we would. Too much beer? There is no such thing as too much beer. Until you die. And on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Alrighty, Stone. I will screenshot stuff for you. No issues there. And whenever you do go to sleep, you have a good night's sleep, man. Cryo is coming to trade at the depot, wherever the heck he's at. That's probably him. There you are, Dwarf. And there we go. Done trading. Do what you gotta do. Stone. Now I'm really curious to see what my total value is going to be. I might try and just crank up my total exported wealth. At a point, like make that kind of like a goal, is to just crank up the exported wealth. Because that's totally something that we could work towards, like try and get the exported wealth up to X number. Am I the mountain home? No, I'm not. I do not have the king. I do not have enough dwarves to have the king. Otherwise, we would be the mountain home 15 times over. It would be very annoying to have to manage a king in a fort of this size. Also, if we had enough dwarves to actually have the king, then probably what would happen is we'd get invaded a lot. And so I'd have to go basically for world domination, which I don't really want to do. It would also make the game run a lot slower. There's also some crashing bugs with raiding other factions, which aren't too much of a problem, but are still annoying. So, I don't know. I kind of... There's kind of a lot of reasons to not be the mountain home. And so I'm not the mountain home. We are just simply extraordinarily wealthy trade hub with a pretty low population. If that makes any sense. Which is kind of the route we've gone. Because it just makes a lot more sense to do it this way. Yeah, I mean, there is certainly a possibility that, like, I have a king's family member living in the fortress, and then if the king dies, then we might suddenly get a king. That could happen. But I'm not going to get it because the king decides to move into the fortress. I mean, have you seen John Wick? Logic. That's how. Just be better than the goblins. In other news, you should watch John Wick because it's pretty good. It's like, yeah, like 10% of the goblins are fighters, and there's 150 goblins. The rest are all like kids, children, the like wives, elderly, the feeble. I'm gonna go check this in the sink. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought goblins were the same size as dwarves. They wear the same clothing. Just because clothing is sized for goblins, dwarves can wear it. You remember, you know when like you eat something and then you need to like catch your breath for a minute because you kind of ate too fast, and you're like, "Oof, I did that." That's me right now. Happens when you're hella hungry. The fun part about having fucky blood sugar is when your blood sugar is high, you don't feel hungry. And I think my blood sugar was high most of this morning, and then it kind of came down a little while ago, so I suddenly got really hungry. So I didn't realize I was hungry until suddenly I was very hungry. It's just humans that are taller. Humans fit into the large size category. And there's giant size category. So I guess there'd be like small, which would be like gremlins, kobold, and hamster people. Then there's like normal size, which is like elves, dwarves, and goblins. And then there's big size, which is humans. And then there's giant size, which is giants. Yeah. Yeah, being dehydrated will definitely put you to sleep. I've never really understood the hydration problems that some people have. Never really had issues for getting to drink water. If anything, I have to like stop myself from drinking too much water. Well, DF isn't other media. But yes, you're not too wrong. I think that's D&D rules. That kobolds and goblins are roughly the same size. That was me for basically a year, Cooler. From about probably spring 2019 till I was diagnosed last year. Was around the time I stopped feeling hungry. I'll see you later, Logic. Cheers. Beyond tomorrow. Same damn place, same damn channel. Same blind time, same blind channel. And there we go. Where... Oh, I see. I must have used up all of the top side ones. There they are. Kind of have an idea of what I'm going to do with this, but it's going to be kind of a pain in the butt to do. We'll make it work. I think that the physical prowess cap is higher than goblins, so technically an untrained dwarf can easily kill an untrained goblin in hand-to-hand combat. I believe that, because they have different builds. Not like in an RPG sense of build, but like their physical form is different in size, I guess. I think after they're done building this round of stuff, I'm going to let them smooth this bottom layer, put doors in, and then we're going to kind of give them a break. This is a lot of building, and it's kind of a lot of work on the dwarves because they keep getting thirsty because it's such a long distance they have to travel. And I should transport diorite and granite blocks to the base of this so that they don't have to carry them as far. Because currently they're going from all the way over here in this stockpile right here. So if I lower the number of bins that can be stored in there, they'll have to move them. It's better now than it was, but it's still a pretty far distance. So it's putting a lot of strain on them. I mean, someone would have to like test that out in arena mode, yeah? Unarmed dwarf versus unarmed goblin on repeat 100 times, see who wins out of 100 to make that theory true. Each creatures do have attribute stats from mental and physical capabilities, and races do have medians assigned to them within which it can vary. Yeah, I don't know how any of that stuff works. That's all beyond me. Dwarves suspend the construction of floor. Well, I mean, okay. You see, I don't ever look at any of those numbers because I don't use DFAC or Therapist, so I never see those numbers. Although I kind of don't like to know those numbers. It removes a little bit of the fun for me. which is part of the reason I don't use any of those assistances, because I don't like to know, oh, this is the strength cap, oh, this is this cap, oh, this is how strong a this can get. I kind of don't like that. I like to know less of that information, because that information is fun to just kind of intuit naturally. For me, I enjoy just like figuring it out over time. If I'm not just figuring it out over time, it's kind of just, well. Sure, cooler. I still don't like to even know the soft caps or the averages. I much prefer to just have that moment of, wow, that dwarf is strong, because that's way cooler and way more fun to me. Kind of keeps some of the mystery that is Dwarf Fortress alive, because a lot of what makes Dwarf Fortress fun is the mystery and kind of the mystique around it. And the excitement of seeing something you haven't seen before. And if you know all of the numbers and all of the potential numbers, the possibilities are less wild, I guess? Or they immediately seem less wild. Whereas the possibilities are what make the game exciting to me. The unknowns, the question marks, the, oh, this is a possibility of something that could happen. So knowing those numbers and knowing those averages and doing the science, well, on one hand, it's pretty cool. The other hand, eh. We're still attracting no migrants. My God. Dear Mountain Home, I need you to send me dwarves, but you only have 50, so. Because they're constantly at war with the Joyous Devil. Constantly. Just locked in eternal combat. It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. But yeah, once this is all done, maybe I should suspend it. Well, actually, no, this stuff's almost done down here. Which means this should get done pretty quick. So once this floor up here is done, I'm going to give the dwarves like a season of break, because they've been working very hard on this construction. And I've noticed in a couple of their minds, that's a cat, in a couple of their minds that they are getting frustrated after being unable to do things they like to do, and they're also tired of being unable to practice crafts and such, so. Seems like it's time to give them their breaks that they deserve / want. You want to wander, you want to practice a craft. You've been leading an unexciting life. Well, I mean, you're in the bear fighters. Frustrated doing nothing creative for so long. Yeah. Yeah, no, we need to do some crafting. Now I'm curious. Like, or rather, what Freeways said, Cooler. What was the interesting thing that you found about goblins? Well, I mean, they're immortal. So it's, I think, rather fair to assume that they would have better memory. All right. Again, the lowest level smoothed. That flooring chunk is done. That centerpiece flooring chunk is done. So now it's just letting the dwarves finish smoothing all this out. And then I'm going to try and bring some of the stockpile stuff over. So I'm going to make a bar block stockpile. It's just going to be for diorite and granite. Granite, which is right there, and then diorite. Hopefully I don't just run right past it, but I might. It's graphite. Diorite, there it is. All right. All the way at the top and all the way at the bottom. Then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go over to this stockpile right here. And I'm going to go to bar blocks. And I'm going to go to granite and shut that off and that off. Diorite and granite. Which means they're going to now immediately start moving a whole bunch of stuff out of that and over to the other one. Never mind, I also have to turn it off here and here. I got 2 more stockpiles to do. Because they're just going to quickly move them from this stockpile over. I thought these were just for metals, not for stones. And there we go. So now they should bring the stuff over. Unless they're bringing them to a different stockpile entirely, in which case then I need to figure out which stockpile they're bringing them to. Looks like they're bringing them to a different stockpile entirely. Ah, I forgot about this one. Did that wrong. I hit F instead of just select the specific ones. I apparently have just like slowly over time gained a ton of these. All right, where are you bringing that now? Is there another stockpile in there that I'm not seeing? Oh, I see. We're just running the old job. So now they're canceling it. Perfect. So then that's going to carry them over to this new stockpile, which is up here. There they go. They're filling it. Perfect. You found a living necromancer which was surrounded with dead and necromancer friends. You found it was interesting because elves can't turn into necros? No. I've seen elven necromancers. Getting off work? I get you. We'll see when we see it, Freeways. As more and more and more of these blocks get brought over. I certainly have had, like, elven necromancers in my forts before, and I've certainly seen them in Legends before, so yes, they can be. Have I heard of that game that I've been asked about lately? Is that a joke? I can't tell. Oh, so hi, what's up? I don't understand the question, Hayes. It's like, I think that's a joke, but it's hard to tell. Okay, where are you headed? Storing owned item. There we go. Dwarves are all getting a break. All right. I think I should put all of the military into training for a little bit. Abstract joke about Cataclysm. Okay. I was curious as to which joke or which game you were referring to that I hear a lot about lately. It's funny, though. You can kind of tell that the public ire works in cycles. For like a week there, I had a bunch of people all asking me if I'd played Zorbus. Then a bunch of people were asking me if I'd played Cataclysm. And then people forget about Cataclysm for a bit. Then we go back to Cataclysm. Then we leave Cataclysm for a bit. And then we go back to Cataclysm. Then we leave Cataclysm for a bit. And then we go back to Cataclysm. It's like, what? It's a seasonal thing? I guess so. The annual tributes have arrived. Welcome back from playing tabletop. I don't know if it's necessarily seasonal, but it definitely moves in fluxes. Well, it's just like, you know, the second Dwarf Fortress comes out on Steam, every major streamer is going to go bloody insane because everybody's going to be asking them if they've heard of or played or if they've thought about playing Dwarf Fortress. You know that that's going to happen. And I'm counting on it, frankly. Tribute is being unloaded. Screenshot for stone. We got a bookbinding demonstration going on. Would you look at that? Dwarves are training. Silhouette's a little bit stressed. You'll hang in there. You're okay. Can you imagine Shroud trying to play DF? I mean, I've watched streamers who are not ready to play DF try to play DF, and it's always kind of amusing. Hang in there, trumpet dog. And then the other tribute. Oh, hey, just one dog. Yeah, I don't know. I think that It's not necessarily bad that people pester streamers to play games, but it does get a little annoying sometimes. As the person in chat earlier very accurately noticed and noted, I have a tendency of taking things very literally because it's hard to not take text literally. So. But very few people think about it from the streamer's point of view of, well, maybe you're being bothered constantly to play that game. When's Warframe? When I grow another eye. And also decide to stream free-to-play games. Well, rather, free-to-play games, not freeware games. I don't super-duper enjoy the, you know, playing of a game and then having to, what's the word I'm looking for here? I don't super enjoy the playing of a game and then having to wonder, are they just going to, you know, shut off the servers at a point? Which is why I clarified. Not free to play. Freeware. Because I don't really play free-to-play games. I play freeware games. Freeware games, you know, you have it, it's yours. It's generally moddable. Doesn't require a server. Whereas, I'm not a big fan of the whole games as service thing. I hope that that makes sense. I don't know if it does. But to me, it makes some sense. I actually thought the game was saving. Whoops. And Novi has been taken by a Fey Mood. You know, it's funny because you say, can you imagine Shroud trying to play DF? I don't really imagine Shroud trying to play DF. But I do certainly imagine other bigger streamers who play a lot of strategy games trying to play DF, and I find that amusing. Like Burke Black trying to play DF. Like, I feel like that would be hilarious. Like, he has a hard time with endgame RimWorld, let alone DF. There's certainly like a lot of like bigger variety streamers where I'm like, man, that would be funny. Like, I feel like Co-Carnage would be totally fine playing DF. Like, he'd figure it out and be A-okay. But there is certainly some people where I'm like, yeah, that would be amazing. That is, it must be heavy bones. Christ, are you carrying an entire corpse? What is that? It's like a whole unicorn you're carrying. Anyway, Not So Novi is doing a Fey Mood, grabbing a boulder after unicorn bones. Good timing, too, because I'm slaughtering half my animals' population. I'm not sure what to trade them right now, though. Probably should just do crafts. He'd figure out for 70% of the game and the rest would be derp. Yeah. I like Ko a lot, and I don't really ever have anything bad to say about Ko, but I kind of wish that he would not like double and triple down on games so heavily. You know what I mean? Like there's definitely been a couple of games in the past where it's like, oh, Ko got way into this. And it was like very much a like an unfinished Kickstarted project kind of deal, you know? Because like there was a while there where he got way into H1Z1 and promoted that game extremely heavily. He did that. I think it was Project Radiance. That's CRPG that's now DOA. He's done that now with Cyberpunk. Oh God, what Arcade, that MMO? I don't really like it when streamers do that. When they're just like, this is probably the greatest game ever, and they get super hyped. I think he just gets excited about things, and that's fine. But when you have that much ability to fund like I genuinely believe that H1Z1 owes a lot of their initial success to Ko weirdly hyping that game. Like he got me excited about that game, and I don't really like those types of games. And I didn't like H1Z1. I didn't. I played it for a bit. And it was like, why was I excited about this again? Right. Yeah. Ko got super excited. Okay. You want to practice some martial art. We're going to check you into the bear fighters. How about you? Want to practice a craft? Decent meals. Take it easy. Troublemaking. Well, you're already a wrestler, so. Decent meals. Want to pray. You want to practice a craft. We've got weaving and clothes making, so you know what? I'm gonna process plants real quick. Yeah, he gets really preachy. I mean, then again, I could probably see people feeling that like I do that about games like Jupiter Hell, but at least that's a game that you can buy and play and decide for yourself, right? I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There isn't much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. I don't know. I think it's kind of part of Ko's business model to, you know, get way into stuff and get preachy about it. I think that's just the way he runs his stream. Although that being said, I wish he'd do that about DF. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your Craftsdorf ship. And I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes, of course, rise and fall together. Wasn't that Project Radiance? Wasn't that the name of it? Hold on. Let me Google this. Apparently it's a knitting store. Nope, never mind. That's a short film. Trying to remember the name of that Kickstarted game. Resurgence, that was it, not Radiance. This thing. Project Resurgence. This is the game that Ko got weirdly preachy about. That he pushed super heavily. He was like, What was the name of it? He was the not community manager on it, but yeah, like this was the gameplay. God, holy crap, that's heavily zoomed in. He was the he was doing something on it. Like advising on it or something? I don't know. Certainly marketing. We need to bring our trader over. Swordmaster and Polking are fighting. Oh shit, we got a disorderly conduct. Ooh, against Trumpet Dog. Hope that didn't kill him. But I think Trumpet Dog's also dead, isn't he? Pretty certain. Unless, he didn't go nuts. I thought he did. I swear I saw him haggard. But maybe I didn't. Patolis. Yeah, Trumpet Dog got murdered. Or died, rather. But it's okay, we've closed the loop on that. Yeah, no, it's kind of weird. And it's... I guess it all just kind of goes back to... I'm trying more and more and more over the years now to be, I guess, more neutral. Like, I'm not a critic, I guess. Like, sir, there's some, like, YouTubers and there's some streamers who are very much critics. But I think that when you're an influencer and you take a lot of paid deals and you work in marketing a lot, it's really weird when people try and kind of... I mean, maybe this is just the old Total Biscuit terminology, like, echoing in my brain. But I feel like there's a really weird divide there when you start kind of bridging the gap between someone who just is an influencer and someone who is a entertainer, you know, like, and someone who is a reviewer. It's like, if you're a reviewer, there's certain things you just shouldn't do that entertainers are totally fine to do. You know, it's totally fine if an entertainer does a sponsored segment for Raid Shadow Legends, right? Like, that's okay. Like, I know a streamer who did a sponsored segment for Raid Shadow Legends, and it was hilarious. I laughed my ass off. It was brilliant. Yeah, I need to leave these dudes. Whoa, delighted after remembering a legendary meal. You don't see that very often. I gotta leave these dwarves training for a bit because they needed this training time. This one, not so much. Smash T doesn't so much need this. Smash T needs to go do some crafts. Let's actually remove you from the military. Go do some crafts. Patolis was vengeful after joining in an existing conflict. I wonder what the conflict was. Should be held to a different stance as a reviewer. Whose stance is that, Morden? Or because, like, yeah, I don't know what standard I should be held on. Like, I don't generally do reviews, but I've been trying to take less and less sponsorships and stuff. Because it's... Or if I take sponsorships, it's like something that's not related to a video game or related to a video game I wouldn't normally stream, so it's irrelevant, so that my opinions aren't really colored. It makes things weird. You know, like if I'm recommending something, I want it to be an unbiased recommendation, not a biased... Like, if it's a recommendation that like, if I developed a game, for example, and I recommended it, that is a recommendation that I'm actively profiting from. If I'm playing a game that I was given key for and I'm recommending it and I have an affiliate link, that's a recommendation I'm actively profiting from. But if it's a recommendation that I paid for and I don't have an affiliate link, I'm not actively profiting from it, so I don't gain anything if you buy it. Which is why recommending DF is such an interesting thing, because it's a free game. I don't actively profit in any way from it. Granted, I am actively making money off of YouTube news that I'm doing for it, so I don't know. It's... The only way to be truly unbiased is to literally never take any money from anybody ever in the video games industry and be totally self-funded, and I can't afford to do that. Very few people can. Almost nobody can. Also, that's a cool, great. I like it. Novi, the craft dwarf, has created Oko Harash Bat Gedatkor, a unicorn bone grate, and claims it as a family heirloom. I know where I'm going to put it, but I have to shut off the waterfall for a little bit. This is a unicorn bone grate. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with point-cut purple spindles and decorated with maple and yak leather and encircled with bands of plum wood. On the item is an image of dwarves and unicorn bone. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time, of the ignited creation in the year 5. On the item is an image of Jackneric II, Cloudy Tower, the dwarf in granite. The dwarf Jackneric II, Cloudy Tower in Longdeath. Oh, it relates to the putting to rest of the dwarf Jackneric, Cloudy Tower in Longdeath in the year 31. On the item is an image of pleated gibbons in silver. I don't know what a pleated gibbon is, but there's an image of them. On the item is an image of a lizard in rose gold. Absolutely beautiful. How much is that worth? 78,000? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up here and we're going to pull that lever. First and foremost. I'm going to use this as part of the drain in the tavern. That is a beautiful thing. Good job, Noe. Good fucking job. Very dwarfy indeed, yes. Now we just need to wait for someone to pull the lever. Are you coming to pull the lever? There we go. So now, my big whoosh, aka the waterfall, should be ending pretty soon. And I should be able to come over here and pull out one of those Electrum floor grates, and we're going to replace it with that artifact one. But yeah, no, it's like, it's a very tricky thing because I've always kind of wanted to be somebody who is wholly unbiased, but like, I can't truly be unbiased with anything toward that Sega's made because I've made quite a bit of money off of sponsored deals from Total War Games. And I kind of hate that. You know? I'm totally fine with that sponsored deal I did at the end of last year, which was for a game called Pacer, which was like a... Uh-oh. I got someone left their lunch on the ground. Which was like a high-speed racing hovercraft game. Like, that's not the sort of game I would ever really recommend normally, so I could totally just do sponsor time for that and not feel bad about it. But there's definitely games where, like, I'll do the sponsored time and then regret it. It's like, well, I kind of needed the money, but I still regret it. All right, so now our unicorn bone floor grate is in place. What about the worms thing? That I don't even consider sponsored because I wasn't trying to sell worms. That was like the equivalent of getting hired to do public speaking. Like, they literally hired us to just stream as part of an event. So I don't know. That's a weird thing in a whole other sense. How old is Longdeath? 129 years old mid-autumn, which means we're 124. Hello, Clino. Zipping around at a perfectly playable, like 50 plus frames a second at most times. Unless there's birds dive bombing us, then we drop down to 30. But like I never fucking play anything by Team 17 anyway, so I can kind of justify that one. You love this? Why? Because it's a perfectly playable frame rate? And you can just like rub it in people's face? You're easily pleased. Fair. I have to go plug my phone in. I just realized my phone's battery is down to 30%. I will be 2 seconds. I mean, I'm glad that my hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of time spent in this one fortress is easily pleasing you. They spoiler, they will. And after we finish this fortress, you won't. No one will be able to complain about bad frame rates anymore. Joke's on them, because they will. I mean, I probably will finish it. There's a meta? I'm still not sure what meta you're talking about when you say them following the stupid meta. Also, check this out. Unicorn Bone Grate. Vorgo Dimmed. Vorgo Dimmed. The problematic dirge. A unicorn bone grate. You reckon it'll take nearly 2 years from start to finish? Well, I more or less took all of December off, and I've been at it for 5 months. I think it depends on whether or not the Steam version is out before I'm done. No, I've been at it for 4 months, so I'd say it's been about 3 months of about 4 days a week playing this. And I'm 100 years in, so, or 24 years in. I don't think it'll take too long. I reckon I'll probably get it done over the summer. Like my bet is I'll probably finish this by the end of 2021, early 2022. And then I just won't know what the fuck to do with my life for a little bit. I'll have to like figure that out. That'll be tricky. Then we go for 2,000. I mean, I've already been threatening to do this a second time on the Steam version. We have technically 47 dwarves in the fort. 70-ish pets and livestock, although there's a bunch of merchants running around right now. We have 2,893 dead and missing. If I were to have 100 dwarves in, because believe it or not, I tested this. I made a copy of the save and turned off the dwarf cap and filled it all in. Back when we hit year 100, I did that off stream. Frame rate was still roughly the same. It went down by about 5, but we were still sitting at above 40 frames a second. At 980 years, I'll probably want to start playing plans for the next port. At 980 years, I think you'll just see me on Reddit every day being like, well, actually, no. I think at about 980 years, at about that point, I will probably just be like, all right, I'm streaming until this fort is done. There will be a point where I just kind of, like, I think I'm just going to kind of power game the last 100 years or so. Like, there will be a point where I will just be like, fuck it, let's go. 14-hour streams daily, let's finish this shit. There will be kind of a point where I do that. Although I've discovered an issue. Sleep streams are illegal, my dude. Sleep streams are illegal. Although I have discovered an issue, and the issue is pretty simple. I can only export 12 hours at a time to YouTube. So, it kind of limits the VOD length. You've seen people do sleep streams. It's against terms of service. You're not technically allowed to do it. So, no. You're not allowed to do it. There was a stream not too long ago on the front page of Twitch that featured somebody sleeping for a bit, which was kind of funny, but that was like an organized event that was pre-recorded with actors. So, but no, if you see somebody sleeping on Twitch, they could get banned for 24 hours. They could have their stream taken down and get banned for 24 hours and get a strike against their account. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll get caught, but it'll happen, or it can happen. So you're like gambling with your account at that point. Although men are allowed to be shirtless on stream, so go figure. Then your life's gonna be very difficult. I don't know. I can't, like, here's the thing, right? I can give you the Twitch rules, best hit. And you can give me a weird curveball like that, and the only thing I can say is, fuck, I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't be streaming if you have narcolepsy. I don't know. People are creepy. Think about it. Like, I don't know. I'm not a Twitch cop. I can't tell you that. I also don't have narcolepsy, so I don't know. Ask somebody at Twitch. I can't give you any answer to that. Wish I could, but I can't. Also, on the topic of being easily amused, Clino, I was talking to Sethados a couple weeks ago. Or, it was like, I think it was actually New Year's Eve. You mentioned that post year about 260, his fort was running at about 6 frames a second and never went up again beyond that point for Archcrystal. So we'll see what our frame rate is once we've surpassed Archcrystal. The unicorn farms. Man. My dwarves are all slaughtering a lot of stuff for making leathers. Archcrystal has a lot of blocks. How many blocks is a lot of blocks? 17,099 currently? Not, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's been you're asking me questions that are like very gradual things. I've had mixed reports that it does and it doesn't from other people, from multiple people. So I don't know, Mr. Touch Streak. And I won't know because I have no way to remove it. So also it's not that it's not that massive actually. I've had way bigger lists of deceased creatures. Like I've had above 10,000 deceased creatures on maps before, especially evil maps. I think Archcrystal's population was about the same as mine though. Pretty low pop. I'm a little bit worried about my llamas. Or rather my alpacas. Oh shit. I was about to slaughter both of them. It's the most common cause of frame rate death. Closely followed by physics. So liquid physics, items getting displaced physics, cave-ins, mining. Feels very confused cause words. Fear of English is often intimidating. Mice ransacked the Beverly Hills god of elves in traffic. Sleep because someone else needs to add words to that. I think I might make the add a word stories once per stream because people don't add enough words to it. There just isn't enough in there half the time. Oh, and another thing about Archcrystals, Archcrystal was on a much older version of the game, and the game's performance has gotten better since then. Like, I do genuinely believe that the last version of the game increased performance rather considerably. Just kind of want to get this little wall thing done. All right, let's let that go. But yeah, I don't know. There's so much. The big problem with DF is there's so many things that are just like deep, and I mean deep, in deeply marred in, what's the word I'm looking for here? Experience and rumor, to the point where I can't tell if things are legitimate bug reports or fact, or if they're just people playing the game incorrectly and claiming that they're fact. By incorrectly, I mean like just mass stockpiling items. You can understand only asking. The fuck kind of question's that? Doesn't matter with or without textures. I can understand vanilla. I can understand any tile set. Like they all just kind of look the same to me. What kind of moronic question is that? Or what does that even mean? It's like I can see tile sets just fine. Good luck actually hitting anybody. I mean, I don't know about you, but This just looks like the same game to me. This all looks exactly the same to me. Well, once you play DF, everything just starts to look the same with or without textures or tile sets. Let me ask you a question. Can you read words? See, now that's an impossible tile set to use. That one I don't understand. I mean, I can sort of muscle memory my way through some of the controls, but after a bit, it just kind of mulls together. Because if you can read words, you can understand ASCII. If you can read a book, a Twitch chat, a web page, you can understand ASCII. But first, you have to learn what the individual letters mean. It's just like ASCII. So if you can learn to read, you can learn to play a game with ASCII. Is it easy initially? No. But it gets easier, just like anything else. What's a book? I haven't seen a book in years. Actually, that's... Now I'm... Fuck, when's the last time I held a book? I don't own any books. I own a few graphic novels. I don't own any books. Actually, like, what the fuck? When's the last time I held a book? Shit. I've seen books. My parents own books, so I know books still exist. Genuine... Fuck, okay. I have no idea when I last read a book. Actually... I mean, I reread Tom Sawyer, I think in like 2016-ish. It's been a bit. I've seen books. What am I... Hold on, let's see if I can find the actual quote. Just let me go to my YouTube channel real quick here. It's the first interview I did with Tarn. Where is it? This is a completely...
So, and I also learned very, very young. So it's like my advice has a lot of grains of salt attached to it, because it's really about just either way that it's
I think I did.
and then trying to figure out how first impulses so that you can actually do even as bad as the stuff I was normally writing was enough and but when input and hobble anybody, like, by giving them the terrible advice that they should learn how.
There's a point in there where he says, I think you could just like get a book on programming and read it if books still exist. I think
learned 30 years ago.
So I'm watching this
because it's really about these days people prefer to.
It's whatever. But there's a point in there where he says because books still exist. I think. I read the first 4 books of Wheel of Time actually. An astronomical trigonometry book measuring the distance, just 1,100 pages. Sounds dry. My problem with books is they give me eye strain really quickly, so I need a large print. And large print books are expensive, hard to get, can generally only be ordered online, and are not usually easily obtainable. Tom Sawyer has a picture on the front and back cover, that's it. Tom Sawyer's a classic, though. Light novel. Easy read. It's also a fantastic song by a great Canadian band. I've read books in CUD. That doesn't count, come on. I'm not counting books I've read digitally. I've read plenty of books digitally. But, like, I'm trying to think, like, when was the last time I held a book? Like, outside of my copy of Bone, which is a graphic novel. I did spend 3 hours reading a book in CUD, though. Yes, you are correct. But anyway, Fafato. Welcome to the realms of Dwarf Fortress. Just realize that asking a stupid question will get you a stupid answer, and asking if you can only understand ASCII is a very stupid question. But now you know that it's a stupid question. I apologize if I'm being a little harsh on that, but it's just a very silly question to ask. If you play Dwarf Fortress and you play it a lot, you'll kind of hit a point where every tile set just kind of looks the same. It just kind of all looks like Dwarf Fortress. Like, doesn't matter what tile set it is, it just looks like DF to me. You could put like letters on Nick's forehead. And like the symbols on Nicolas Cage's forehead, which would be incredible. And that would be hilarious. You could also put smaller Nicks on Nick's forehead. Make his mouth open with little Nick in his mouth. Nicolas Cage is the host of The History of Swear Words on Netflix, so I need to watch that. I really need to watch that. It's very high on my need-to-do list. Now, something that would be very unfortunate is if Fafato has already pieced out because of my response to that question. Which is definitely a possibility that I wouldn't blame them for. I love watching the Outpost Liaison hang out in the same room as the human diplomats, just like singing and talking back and forth. It's like, oh, look at them. They're all just communing. It's like this fortress is like a bastion of peace between the races, and it's nice. I mean, was it not deserved? I think it was kind of deserved. I think it was kind of deserved. Yeah, you pet that lowercase gray C. Fast step. And seeing gameplay on stream for first time. Right. Welcome back from Audition. Because I don't go outside anymore, I'm just assuming that you were messing about with Adobe Audition for the last 4 hours. Patolus has been found dead. Excuse me? Well, Trumpet Dog. That's a little bit more than disorderly conduct, my dude. That's murder. That's murder. Something out of the meta is turn walk shops under repeat forever and encourage bloody sieges. while using multiple 11x11 farm plots. That's not a meta. That's just poor play. That's no meta. Meta is playing the game optimally. What you're describing is playing the game incredibly suboptimally. God, that's a lot of disorderly conduct. Where did Eternal go? Where are you? Oh, I need an enormous corkscrew. Seriously though, where did Eternal go? I don't see you on the menu. Well, Turkey's always been boring. Oh shit, when did we have a baby get born? I've got a free name in the fort if anybody wants it. Because apparently a child was born, and I missed it. Must have been when I kind of was phased out, not really paying much attention. So most of the time. Seriously though, where did Eternal go? Test received. What are we testing? Morden. I don't know if that's necessarily a community meta because I literally know nobody who plays that way. But maybe they just... Maybe it's not the community meta. I don't know if it's necessarily the community meta, but perhaps it's the natural tendency of the way people play games like this. So they... Oh, there you are. So they just assume that all games are played like this, perhaps? Alrighty, Bastet. Have a good nap. You looked for it? Oh, you noticed it? I mean, it's one of the haha babies from a while ago. The haha baby is from Christmas last year. Ooh! Well, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why did Scrumpet suddenly die? Were you in that? Okay, never mind. Whew. Scrumpet was just convicted of a crime in the middle of that. Is that warranted, though? I might just have to expel a few dwarves. Trumpet Dog is not dead, though, which is interesting. I like that Trumpet Dog got killed in the middle of that, but... Or Scrumpet, the dwarf that did one small crime, got killed in the middle of that, and then everybody else is just okay. That's wild. Who's recovering wounded? There you are. I need to expel a few dwarves. Like, Trumpet Dog needs to get expelled once he can walk again. I thought that the haha doge that you use all the time was the most sarcastic emote. That seems to be the one that you like the most. But anyway, Jackie, what do you think of DF gameplay? Which is kind of a nightmare. There we go. Mandate successful, I think. Nope, mandate not successful. All right, that's it. Why is Swoos? Oh, shit. How many dwarves just got prison sentences? Trumpet Dog's getting 15. Swoos is getting 113. Is it just the one? Yes, just the one. I mean, you also kind of popped in right at a point where a bunch of bad shit was happening. We're kind of in trouble right now, actually. I don't know if the fort itself is in trouble, but... Do I still have a messenger? Yes. I'm requesting some more workers because I need workers. I don't really care what their jobs are, but I need workers. We're going to fill the fortress up with temporary workers because I don't like only having 49 dwarves. 39 dwarves. We're supposed to have 50. But with DF, it's kind of like watching an anthill. It's kind of like watching an anthill. I love watching anthills. Swiss doesn't seem to care about being in prison. A little bit guilty, but cozy aside from that. Now you're going to go chain up Trumpet Dog. But yeah, no, anyway, kind of like rewinding to what I was saying. I think what you might be referring to, Clino, isn't necessarily a meta, because I literally see nobody talking about playing that way. I think it's more just that's just how people play games like this. They think it's all about combat, and they think that the coolest thing you can do is combat, and the most exciting thing you can do is combat, and all you should really care about is combat. And I think that that's not necessarily the fault of the game, and I don't think that's either also really the fault of the player. I think that's the fault of video games, just in general, like all video games. Oh shit. Interested. Are you repentant? Okay, doesn't feel anything about being confined. Doesn't care about being confined anymore. I have a feeling that this dwarf can maybe recover. Maybe. While crafting legendaries and fighting things, you know? And that's not necessarily a fault of the players. That's a fault of video games as a whole, putting muscular dude with big gun on the cover of every game. You know, the coolest thing to obtain in game is big gun, right? If that makes sense. Bolts. Iron bolt. This game it's kind of like Fantasy Crusader Kings, where everything is randomly generated right down to books, forms of poetry, written music, dances, histories, beasts, did I say books? Art, statues, demons, angels, ancient monsters, civilizations, cultures, races, all of that shit. Over 30 forts in your world? Wow. But yes, it's a lore / story generator with a world that you can interact with if you want, basically. And every single dwarf, which is represented by these little characters, or little smileys if you're playing in vanilla, or little pictures if you're playing with a graphical tile set instead of a tile set like this one, have their own set of thoughts, needs, desires, preferences, happiness, likes, dislikes, all that shit. So because they're all kind of completely different, You get clashing personalities and interesting little stories that develop between them. So this dwarf, Cryo, who I've gotten to know for a while, seems to be real fucking lazy and likes to go pray when I need him to actually do stuff for me. He's my broker. He's in charge of trading. He has a family. He's got a few sons and daughters. Had a wife for a while, but she unfortunately died. He is one of the first of his kind. He's 136 years old. He's been through a lot, which is all the purple text you see. That's all of the parts of his brain that have changed over the times. He's frequently depressed, and he always, which is probably why he spends so much time praying, always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. He's impervious to the effects of stress. So he's frequently depressed, but he can't get stressed, so he just kind of exists. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place. So he keeps things clean and will never leave his clothes strewn about. Will always spend absolutely crazy amounts of time putting all of his shit away whenever he makes a mess of his stuff. He often feels filled with joy. That's a little bit of a contradiction. And never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his detriment and the harm of those around him. Which is why it takes him so fucking long to go trade when I need him to trade. But does a pretty good job of it when I do. More when he finally makes it there. Your eyes glaze over because you don't know what you're looking at. Once you know what each box stands for, like that top bit of text, completely irrelevant, more or less. The gray text kind of in the middle beneath the green above the blue, more or less irrelevant. That's just about the style of race. The very white text is what the dwarf looks like. The green text is their likes and dislikes and preferences. Then you have like their outlook on life, which is the turquoise text, and then the white text at the bottom is their personality. So there's parts of it that are kind of important, and then there's parts of it that you could just completely ignore. The fortress itself that we're in. Oh, also, this game might look 2D, but it's actually 3D. Because if I zoom out, this is the whole map, right? This is one layer. This is the layer above it. This is... Oh, that's me moving back down. This is the layer above that. This is the layer above that. This is the layer above that. And this is the layer above that. If I move back down, this is us going underground. The black starry areas is undiscovered, undug out soil. I have these big walkways that are built. As we go down, you can see my structures down at the bottom of my pit coming into sight. So it's more like you're playing a flat representation of a Minecraft-esque world. Except Minecraft exists partially because of Dwarf Fortress. But anyway, so yeah, I think that that's more just a problem of how people play video games. They don't realize how much actually goes into each individual item in DF, CPU-wise, and that they need to be paying so much attention to the number of things that they're doing. And I think that that's okay to a degree. Let's make some stone crafts. I got a bunch of dwarves that want to do stone crafting. I also need to do clothing. Like, people are used to Factorio, you know? The factory must grow. And I think people kind of go about a similar mindset when playing games like this. The fortress must grow, and obviously the way you make your fortress grow is by growing your wealth and numbers. But Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about that. It's a game about perpetually existing, not growing temporarily, if you want to get the most out of it. Why do I keep doing the same thing twice? What's after glove? Mitten. Yeah, I guess so. I think the problem with most DF tutorials, and it's the reason I don't make big comprehensive first year tutorials, at least I haven't, is because I think most of them are vastly disingenuous to what the actual act of playing the game is. Playing Dwarf Fortress is kind of, putting it kindly, nothing like those tutorials. Here comes the clothing industry. All the cloth being distributed. What kind of ore do I have? Laminite, yeah. Hey, Norstat, what's up? Queuing up all of my crafts and getting crafts up and running. I need these dwarves to stay distracted for a bit. Also, out of curiosity, Jackie, what kind of addition, if I can ask? You have a standing desk? I do too, but I have to unplug my camera to stand up because my cable for it isn't long enough. So I only use my standing desk when I'm not streaming. What brand, if I can ask? Was it just like an IKEA desk, or did you get it from somebody specific? Like, what kind of audition was it, if I can ask? Not edition. Audition. Time of year is it? Midwinter. We're almost at year 125. Which means, what, 125 is pretty decent chunk of the way through this, actually. Shit. $125, year 125, 50 streams in. Going for year 1000. I was going to say, it would be like a socially distanced musical. I'm trying to think, like, what musical could you do socially distanced? I don't know. Actually, you could maybe do some pretty interesting things with, like, masks and stuff. Like, if everybody was wearing unique masks, that could be really neat, actually. I ran out of yarn. Actually, let's do... let's do leather shoes. Unicorn leather shoes incoming! It'll be safe enough to not use them? I don't know, but I'm getting like... I don't know. If I was a director running a musical right now, I would either set it in a time period where masks would be common, or I would just do costume design in like a, oh, everybody is dolls or something. And try and like set up something. I mean, that would make the actual vocalization and singing difficult. But like, My little sister's boyfriend's in operas, and they're actively performing, and they're doing some very interesting things with masks and stuff. So I don't know. I think there's definitely like ways that you could do that and make it interesting. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it takes a while to put a musical together beyond auditions. So cool though. I did musicals when I was a wee lad before my voice dropped. Back when my mom was like, "This is an extracurricular activity and you're going to do it." And I was like, "No." And then she was like, "Yes." And then I did it because I was 12 and had no choice. And that's how I was in Fiddler on the Roof, Seussical the Musical, a musical adaptation of Alice in Wonderland, and I think that was it. I think. I might have been in another one. It was years ago. 12 7-foot diameter clear inflatable vinyl balls with entry ports enough for an adult. How about this, right? How about, hi, we'd like to order 12 spacesuits. Why? Because we want to do a musical set on the moon. Villager boy was who I played in Fiddler on the Roof. I was a Who from Whoville in Horton Hears the Who for the Dr. Seuss musical, which was basically just a musical adaptation of Horton Hears a Who. Music in that actually is a lot of fun. It's a lot of like hip hop shit, which is kind of neat. Fuck, what's the name of that stupid character for Alice in Wonderland? I was the boat commander for Alice in Wonderland who takes Alice on the boat where all the lobsters are dancing. And he's a duck, so I had a big bill thing. Basically, I looked like Donald Duck. And then I also was background characters. Fuck, I can't remember the name of that stupid character. Anyway. I don't know. Like I said, I was about 12 because my voice hadn't dropped yet. As far as I'm concerned, I was 12 for the entirety of it. I hadn't met my first girlfriend yet, so I was just a very small child. Man, population dwindled. Uh-oh. You okay there, Trumpet Dog? Your room seems a little bit musty. Why didn't you eat your food? At least he doesn't feel anything. I have this weird feeling that Trumpet's dogs just kind of snap out of it at a point and be totally fine. And 12 harpoons. Also, I love the idea of everybody just doing a musical inside of fish bowls. Like, everybody's just, like, separated inside of, like, those balls that you can roll around in a pool on. I love that mental image. Oh, no. Never mind. Trumpet Dog slipped into depression. Potential rip. That's just a very funny mental image. Although I did run the first, like, 35 years of this fortress with all of the dwarves just... Actually, you know what maybe I should do? Maybe I should disable all visitors from all of the... Or all citizens from all of the guild halls and just force them into the tavern for a bit to just socialize. Anyway, we have a young boy dwarf who either... No, I told whose parents are yours? Bastet and Hazard Jeff. Oh, shit! So does anybody want to be this cranky baby? It's 5 months old, who I totally missed getting born. I have a baby up and available. If anybody wants it, I totally missed this one. Normally, I'm pretty good at keeping track. Another baby? It's been a while since, it's been a lot longer since Moradin had one. And this is only his second, Peter. I know that you're up on the resurrection charts, though. I like that you put the orc there, because it sounds like you're going to try and steal the baby. Another baby for Orky. I'm 5 months. This baby is 5 months old, born on the 9th of limestone in the year 129. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed. We should name the child Bunger. Damn it. Hey, Squag. One of the most notorious dwarves who's now dead in this fort. Thank God that dwarf died. He was a piece of shit. He has a low, clear voice, and his nose bridge is concave. His small-lobed ears are narrow, and his eyelashes are quite long. His cobalt eyes have slightly thin irises, and his hair is a crew. His skin is sandy taupe. He likes orpiment, copper, citrine, giant rhinoceros leather, gems, short swords, kiwi men for their long beaks, and the sound of the blossom of songs, and the sight of the satiny flower. That's an elf song. And prefers to consume guava wine and hates fire snakes. They're hot. He personally views cooperation as a low ideal, not worthy of any respect. Yep, that sounds like a child. And finds friendship burdensome. Doesn't see the point or attainment of knowledge as important. He is driven by bouncing frenetic energy. He is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. Well, I would say more toddler at this point than baby, but he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He occasionally overindulges, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He often lowers his eyes when he's thinking, and he becomes very focused during conversations. When he's trying to remember something, he needs alcohol to get through the working day, just like any good dwarf should. He does like those dumb birds shaped like avocados, and he's being carried by Mom. Oh, right. Durr. Did I not request workers? Ah, I see where I screwed up. It's fine. I don't know. You're definitely one of the most well-known dwarves in the fortress, as you did kind of scar everybody for life for the better part of, I don't know, a fucking decade or 5. Also, Clino, I just saw a DM from you directly and accidentally deleted it. Do you mind sending it on a platform that's not Twitch? Actually, never mind. Hold on. My bot got it. Yes. Yes, I see what you mean there. Holding Jack Daniels? I mean, every baby is just carrying... Well, actually, what are we drinking right now? What are we drinking? Because I don't think we have any Jack Daniels. I should go the other direction because the block section is scary. The game almost crashes when I select blocks sometimes, so I kind of got to be careful. Barley wine, foxtail mullet beer, artichoke wine, cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blackberry wine, blueberry wine, dwarven ale, dwarven rum, dwarven wine, sewer brew, disgusting those humans keep bringing it, fisherberry wine, apricot wine, plum wine, and dwarven wine, and a lot of strawberry wine. So that's what we're drinking currently. Oh, and occasionally we have to drink water. Ugh. Shameful. Shameful indeed. You just bought Cud? Yay! but it isn't in your games on Steam. Restart Steam. Exit out of Steam and restart Steam. Closed captioning at its finest? Uh-oh. I agree. Yes, closed captions at its finest. Whew. I might actually log into Twitter to tweet that out. Oof. Yeah, I'm gonna go log into Twitter to tweet that image out because that's too good. Closed captions is doing a very good job. I don't know what you're talking about, Twitch. It's working perfectly just as intended. God, that's too fucking funny. Ah, shit. Wait, really? They have closed captions for voice chat? That's wild, actually. That's actually a really neat feature. Oh, God. That's the hardest I've laughed in a second. All right, now let's play the game of will anybody die of old age? Now, text-to-speech has never been... Oh, no, a cat died. There's a dead cat right there. In fact, I saw it falling right as the day was rolling over. So there's at least a dead cat. I think that's a cat. That might be a chicken. Probably a cat. Nope, nothing died. But the annual tribute from the humans have arrived. What color is your hair? Her skin is brown, her hair is chestnut. Welcome, human. And notice how I say, oh, it was a rooster, not a cat. Melville Racastaloth, the rooster, has died. Somebody's pet rooster. R.I.P. Which means some dwarf is going to be mourning. God. Nice. They brought me a piece of clay. Thank you very much for your kind annual tribute to my goal of continuing to exist. Some dwarf is... Yeah, dwarf's alarm clock died. Or these dwarves are gonna slit our necks? I mean, I could probably, like, wipe them off the planet in a very short period of time. It exists. It's literally called... I've literally, like, been in talks with them to do a video with them about it. Here, I'll give you a link. Oh, here's actually a Reddit thread that they did. Dwarf Vision, real-time dwarf portrait generator. There's links in the comments. It's funny. I'm like, if you want a bunch of traffic for that, like make a Reddit thread. And they're like, nah, I don't think it'll do that well. And then it got 800 posts or 800 upvotes when they did it. I might make a video on that on Friday if I have the energy. But I've been battling the, you know, depression and in lack of desire to do anything unless I need to do it, which is why a lot of the more creative things haven't been done as much as they should be. Whereas just streaming is easy for me, so I can just do that. Doesn't matter how I'm feeling. I could be suicidal and be streaming and have almost no problem. Keyword is almost. My neighbor is doing push-ups. Like right next to their sliding glass doors. It goes all the way down to the floor. And I just look up and I see somebody doing push-ups. I'm like, huh, all right. Good for them. Working out. Staying healthy. How's Swoos doing? I like that some of these dwarves just straight up like being in prison. That dwarf straight up likes being in prison. All right, how's Trumpet Dog doing? Where are we at, Trumpet? There you are. Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. So you're fine? I mean, that's me currently, so. There, that's a thumbs up. Here's the real question is, do they know, have they ever, never mind, not fine. Trumpet Dog has gone berserk. Cancels eat. Reason went insane. All right, where are you? All right, he's chasing a kitty cat. He's in Mortal Kombat with 2 dwarves, 3 dwarves, and dead. Good thing, actually, 2 of my militia commanders were the ones that caught him out, even though they weren't in uniform. Looks like the militia commander strikes the craft dwarf for the head with her weapon, probably a spear, bruising the muscle, fracturing the skull through the pigtail hood. The force bends the neck, tearing apart the fat and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. The militia commander strikes the craft dwarf in the head, and an artery has been opened by the attack. I'll have you know that was Mortal Kombat with a C, not a Mortal Kombat with a K. Thus, I do not have the right to be sued. Please don't sue me. Corkscrew. Iron 2. Owie indeed, yeah. Yeah. And then they empty out the dwarves' stuff. All that stuff coming out of that room there is the dwarves' stuff getting taken away. Clean up the blood. I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm not here to make you want to play DF. I'm here to make you want to watch my stream. I don't, frankly, really care all that much if you want to play DF. At the end of the day, if more people play DF, then there's more people who are probably likely to watch my streams. But as a streamer and a content creator and a person on the internet, I don't really care what you play. I just care if you watch my stream. So at the end of the day, doesn't really matter to me, and it's no sweat off my back if you're like, nah, this doesn't seem like a game I'd play. That's totally fine. It's a weird fucking game that is niche for a reason. It'll be less niche once the Steam version's out, but even then, still be pretty niche. So, you know. Don't really matter to me. And the elves have arrived to trade. I don't know why the screen didn't actually center on them, but... Sathatos cancels do what he's doing. Reason, horrified. That's not good. Horrified after seeing Trumpet Dog's dead body. Want to make merry. Okay, so here's what we're going to have to do. For some reason, all of your shit was forbidden. Oh, probably because you weren't technically part of the fort. You've been here a few minutes. This is true. It's unfortunate. That dwarf wrote many books and did many good things in the fortress. It's kind of the end of an era that Trumpet Dog 2 dies. And your arm has scarred probably more dwarves than this dwarf has ever done damage to. I don't know if I'm going to trade with the elves this year. So I'm going to set this to only members. I'm going to set this to only members can visit. I'm going to set this to only members can visit. Only members can visit. Temple. Only members can visit. And then once all these tasks are done, let's turn off those crafts, because I just realized I did that wrong. Stop all of that. Finish the iron caps. Stop the leather shoes. Finish the corkscrews. And then I'm just going to get them to hang out in the tavern for a bit, because these dwarves need to just chill. Like, fucking chill for a bit. Need someone to actually, like, remove this dwarf's body, too. Rather than just, like, undressing the corpse. I mean, you've got to do that, too. Get all the clothing bits off of it, but... You know what? Screw it. Let's just dump it. Oh, wait, never mind. I see a place item in tomb. What are you placing in the tomb? Oh, his teeth. Ha! Right, yeah, he got his teeth knocked out not too long ago. Okay, fair. So you're putting his teeth individually into the tomb first. Okay, sure. So we'll get to it. It's just going to take him a little bit. As of course, you have to place every single tooth individually into the tomb before you can put anything else into the tomb, obviously. It's priorities. Also, what are you carrying? That's not a tooth. Oh, his left ear. As you could tell, he was in a bit of a fight before he got put into prison the last time. I should, however, dump that chicken's corpse, which has been set to dump. His ear got cut off before he was put in prison. Damn. That's brutal. They brutalized him. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you try and attack the entire military, which is what he did. Yeet. This man knows how to make an entrance. How you doing, hobo? I feel kind of bad So you guys watched, to those of you who watched my stream last night when I streamed Wayward, and I was just kind of like rambling about all the shit I didn't like about that game. Anyway, the dev for Wayward just followed me on Twitter. Or rather, the Wayward Twitter account just followed me on Twitter. The VOD's not up on YouTube yet, so maybe they watched the VOD on Twitch. Or they just saw it in the Twitch directory history. Like I said, I don't hate that game. That game seems fine. It's just probably not a game for me. Looks like our glass humanoid friend in the basement is still... I like the name of this thing's extract. Perlada's Puke Waters, the Wastes of Mold is the translated name. Puke Waters, the Wastes of Mold, which is a giant glass humanoid who sprays deadly acid everywhere, who lives in the basement. Maybe. I mean, that would be nice. I think I was pretty kind with my feedback. I could have been a lot meaner. I've been a lot meaner. See Stone Shard. Trashest game that no one should ever play. Jesus Christ, why do people give that thing money? Grumble. Garbage video game. Game is an insult to the genre that it occupies. Stone Shard is trash, whereas Wayward is okay. Kind of clunky. Not a fan of the music. Good thing you can turn music off, though. So much sheep bone. All right. I've kept you entertained while you're getting an IV. Been there. Got the t-shirt. Got the scars to prove it. I still kind of look like a heroin addict. It's amazing what having like 5 IVs in at once will do to your arms. I actually have visible marks on the back of my right hand from getting blood taken. Woo! Gotta love hospitals. All right, dwarves, it's time for a vacation. We've had enough death. Stone soup should not, like, dungeon crawl stone soup should not be confused with Stone Shard. One of those games is good, the other one is not. One of those games is an all-time classic, even. Feels self-pity after being away from friends. Well, you have no friends, so I think I figured out your problem there. Wayward is a totally fine little survival roguelike. Clino. Stone Shard is an absolute trash piece of game that sold itself on the back of false promises and borderline false advertising and a really good demo. It was a really, really, really good demo. A 2-hour-long, really good demo filled with voice acting, good pacing, good leveling speed. Oh my god, did I just raid somebody? How the heck did I manage that? What? Bear fighters returned from what? No? I'm very confused. Why did I just get a notice stating that the bear fighters have returned? I don't recall sending them out to do anything. Huh? Oh, wait, I think I know what happened. I know. Okay, so my messenger is in that squad. I didn't actually raid anybody, but my messenger is in that squad. So when my messenger returned, it gave me the notice of the bear fighters have returned. But the bear fighters never left. It's just the dwarf that I sent out was in the squad called the bear fighters. And now I have a bunch more merchants in the fort. So now we're up to 50 citizens again. That scared me. Redbeard, thanks for $2. Cheers, man. First monies in 3 hours. They finally put an access port in your chest? I'm sorry, what? Did a dwarf just spawn in and immediately die? What is happening? Because Zulban was one of the merchants, I think. Right? I had no dwarf named Zulban. Where the fuck did you come from? Did they just discover his body? How long has that dwarf been there? The hell? Huh. What? It's definitely a corpse. It's certainly not a skeleton. I mean, Zulban, the merchant, has been found dead. And because we just got a bunch of merchants spawning in. What the actual fuck? Why is there just a dead dwarf in the corner of the map? And we're putting him in a tomb. I mean, he gets a tomb. So he was part of my fort. I'm going to wait, what time of year is it? It's mid-spring. So I have a theory. I just requested a bunch of merchant workers from one of the local forts, right? Dwarves only die on the 1st of spring. I have a feeling that I sent out my messenger to go request the workers. The message was delivered. The workers started heading over. 1st of spring rolled over. The dwarf died of old age. And because they can't die from in between one fort to another, he died during the journey. And the corpse just appeared at the corner of the map. So I think that one of the dwarves I requested to come to my fort to get us back up to 50 dwarves population-wise died on the way here. I think that just happened. I mean, what was his name was Zulban? Hold on. Let's see if I can engrave a slab for him. There he is. Kind of stands out. Nothing attacked him. No, there was no combat log. They just found him dead. Yeah, they literally carried his body to the borders so that we could bury him. I mean, that's respectable. That's respectable. But we're gonna make a memorial to him to find out how he died. Because, like, what the fuck? Is anybody constructing it? There we go. That must be a what is that? Is that made of fucking uranium or something? Why? It's not made of lead. Why are you carrying it so slowly? Must be made out of a fairly dense material. There's plenty of dwarves who need names. They all just arrived as part of that set of merchants I just recruited. So if you'd like to be a Zulban, a Domas, an Asmil, a Cogsack, an Ineth, or an Unib, let me know. Although that would that be Touch Shriek too? Or have you not had a dwarf in this fort yet? I think you actually, no, yeah, you had that zombie in Gift Vault. Ineth, you? Ineth! Mr. Touch Shriek, you are married to Mestatos. That's your husband, who is not in the fortress. I wonder if I could send for your husband, actually. Hold on, let me just see. Can I send for your husband? Request workers? Unless your husband isn't in this fort. Nope, your husband isn't there. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me where your husband is. Yeah, no, I don't see it. All right, anyway, Touch Shriek. She is annoyed when caught in the rain, but feels pleasure near a fine container. She felt pleasure near a fine door, felt pleasure near a fine door, felt pleasure near a fine, a tastefully arranged statue. You like tastefully arranged statues. She is the appearance of somebody that is 162. Well, no fucking wonder why everybody's dying on the way there. Your husband might be dead, even. Her hair is straight. Her hair is arranged in double braids, and her nose bridge is incredibly concave. She has a square chin that is slightly protruding, and her eyes are close set. How long have I been playing this run? Yes. Chat, how long have I been playing this run? You like bismuth, ovaltrine, crystal glass, giant kiwi leather, capuchin bone, linen fabric, bolts, windows, and muskoxen for their strength. The sight of the satiny flower, and when possible prefers to consume jumping spider, clownfish, and tomato wine, vine whip flour. Whip vine flour. We have the last one. You personally hold fairness as one of the highest ideals and despises cheating of any kind and does not care about family one way or another. About 50 streams, like 100 and I know it's all fine. Samaja. No, we've been playing this for about 300 hours, probably. We're trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years. We're on year 125. She generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions when undertaking specific ventures. She prefers to present herself modestly and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she tends to be swayed by emotions of others, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she generally acts impartially. She's rarely moved to mercy, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She is slow to anger, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. A rough goal? Nah. First YouTube video is August 26th. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I need to give you some tasks. I'm going to give you weaving, wood crafting, leatherworking, bone crafting, and stone crafting. All of the hauling, all of the other jobs, and tanning. There you go. Welcome to the fort. You'll probably die of old age pretty soon, but welcome to the fort. I mean, it'll take a while, but we'll get there. Currently, we've had some traumatic events happen, so I'm just kind of letting the dwarves chill out for a bit. I should probably preemptively build a coffin. Way ahead of you. I've got a couple coffins already, always constructed. Kind of need them for the dying of old age problem. Like the one that died on the old... I kind of love the idea of like all my dwarves just like going to the local... what's it called? Going to the local hillocks, requesting workers, and they just go to the old folks home, and everybody who's like feeble and old, they're like, yeah, you can take these ones. But yeah, no, I mean, this isn't the only fort that I play. I do other forts. I do one-shot forts on the weekends. The entire archive of this fort is up on YouTube, so all of the previous playthroughs of this whole fort is on YouTube. And yeah, it's kind of a long as hell playthrough, but we'll get there. I need to go check my phone. I need to see if my mom sent me a text, because I'm expecting a text from my mom. And it's on the other end of my apartment charging, so I will be back in a moment. I like...
A lovely fruit.
Okay, now I'm getting interrupted.
The seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Anyway, see, here's the thing, right? I like that Jackie says, he's gone, quick, break the rules, and the first thing that Ghost says is ketchup, all caps. My chat knows what the fuck's up. Fact. Just all caps. Ketchup! Ponder Daylight and Seasons. Oh, by the way, for anybody just tuning back in, I have a whole bunch of dwarves available. So if somebody wants to be a dwarf that is potentially old and feeble and about to keel over and die, like this one who's 160, holy fuck, years old. So if you want to be a senior citizen who's probably going to die immediately, there's plenty available right now. 154. Yeah, they gave us all their senior citizens. I'm upset. Of OX? Oh, I was like, what? Oh, what's OX? Of the Expanse. Well, I know what I'm doing tonight. You want a dwarf? You want to be senior citizen? Well, your dwarf king is dead. You kind of, well, did just as you said. Had a heart attack and died. A very dead. 160. Jesus. These dwarves could all just like keel over at any moment. Here, you know what? I'm going to give you this one, Ghost. Because you're basically a ghost. Within the last season, he felt wonder after communing with Sistek. And remembering communing with Sistek was felt pleasure after putting on an exceptional item and grieved at somebody's death. As the appearance of somebody that is 169 years old, one of the first of his kind. He is incredibly skinny, feeble, and weak, and his sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is neatly combed, and I am regretting committing to this bit of reading it like an old man because I'm starting to like lose my voice. He has very long hair and that is tied in a ponytail, and his quite long eyebrows are high. His slightly protruding cobalt eyes are close set. His small lobed short ears are broad. His eyelashes are quite long. His hair is white, with wrinkly skin that is sandy taupe. He's quick to heal. He personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Has a negative views of those who exercise power over others and dreams of creating a great work of art. Very single-minded, somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently. He must be a boomer. And from himself, and could be considered rude. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he's conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He is slow to trust others and quick to anger. Does not go out of his way to help others. And when he's thinking, and his body becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. This is a very good fort to get a baby. You want a baby. You want one of these guys who will grow up and live their whole lives. Just like Free, who was a baby and now is alarmed after reliving seeing Trumpet Dog die, which I'm sure is great for his mental health. I'm good, he says. He's lying. He's 9 years old. So, man, we're in year 130. 125-year-old Ford. People are contradictory. This is why you get imperfect people. There's nobody free. Nope, there absolutely is, but they're all ancient. Because I've been requesting workers because my population has been dwindling. We're down to 38 dwarves, but with workers, we're up to 50. But the last batch are all like feeble ancient senior citizens. Or lying, yes, that's also possible. Time to die like an old lady? That's not an old lady. We'll see if I can get you an old lady. There you go. 154. That's not too old. She feels satisfied after learning about personal interviews as sources. She feels satisfied after reading classic interviews. And she feels satisfied after learning about classic interviews. I don't know why. I'm not going to do that bit again. She is married to Cogsack, classman. Is that person here? Oh, shit. You brought your hubby, who is 156. Damn. Just so that you're aware, Lori, you're married. How to make more babies. Charge too much for condoms. That's how. Also, like, make it illegal to work 90-hour days because everybody in Japan tries to do that. She likes dolomite, fine pewter, red zircon, and giant badger leather, water buffalo hoof, and the color beige. Figurines, in the words of the number of glistening and impossible, prefers to consume anaconda, dwarven ale, rock nut oil, and hates blood gnats. She personally finds artwork boring and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, but dreams of mastering a skill someday. Well, you don't have many years left, so you better get to it. She is unbelievably stubborn and will stick even with the most futile action once her mind is made up. Mood. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and she only rarely feels strong cravings and urges, and she is often cheerful. She tends to share experiences and thoughts with others and does not easily fall in love or and rarely develops positive feelings. She lives a fast-paced life, and she is very rarely, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to be a little bit wasteful when working on projects, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She can handle stress. She doesn't handle stress well. There you go. And she is quick to anger. She is often nervous, and she cackles when she's nervous. Okay. She taps her feet occasionally when... wait, what? And when she's nervous, she taps her feet occasionally. There we go. When she's... Wait, what? Hold on. She taps her feet occasionally when she's nervous. I keep, losing my spot. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. There we go. I like the cackles part. I like the unbelievably stubborn bit. Yeah, so I guess at this point, it's just kind of a matter of let the dwarves just be dwarves for a bit. I can't let them do any big major jobs, because we were doing this big construction job where we dug out this whole thing all the way up here and built this wall. It was a bit much, and the dwarves some of the more feeble dwarves started spazzing, so it's just kind of a matter of let them do as many things as possible in regards to just taking breaks and reading and playing air guitar and other things that dwarves do, like dancing, like that. Look at them, all standing in a line. They were singing for a minute, probably chanting, telling poetry and poems. There's an outside chance you're a vampire. There is indeed a chance that anybody who came in from the outside is a vampire, but you'll be spotted pretty quick. I'm pretty good at figuring out who vampires are. Although, I wouldn't mind having a vampire. That would actually be kind of nice. I mean, I technically have one, but he's locked in a wall, so... And insane, and never being let out. Looks like most of my scholars are kind of bonkers. Didn't feel anything after a lack of abstract thinking. Well, you're literally thinking abstractly right now, so continue that, please. Good thing hobbits don't exist in Dwarf Fortress. So Bilbo Baggins can't exist. Literally can't. I'm trying to decide what I want to do for an evening game today. I might not use that particular music file next time, because that one's a little bit too epic. Bit too Hans Zimmer for me. Anyway, I think I might do some Brador. Do a little bit of a synthwave mech stomping, achievement hunting stuff. You know what? I think now is probably a pretty good time to leave it. So we made it up to year 130, which means we did 3 years, which is pretty standard. We lost some dwarves. We had some criminals be criminals. We had a dwarf show up dead, which was funny. And now the dwarves are just being dwarves and socializing. And I'm just going to kind of let them do that for a bit, because that's what they need right now. So I think that's it for DF for today. If you're here specifically for DF, there are some other people streaming Dwarf Fortress, but they have 1 viewer, and I don't recognize either of them, so I can't recommend anybody. We're switching games. Still going to keep streaming probably for another hour and a half at least. Looking at the clock. Because my mom's coming to pick me up at 7. Because I'm going over to my parents' house tonight, which means I get to see a human being for the first time since the 3rd. And that, my mom. So, I'm going to swap games now and jump over to Brigador. Brigador is a top-down isometric mech sim. Stream will kind of continue, except I'm going to get a little comfy and like not care as much about my dialogue. Yeah, a human being. Another human being. If you just